YouTube. I say to you one and all, hello friends. Welcome in. Happy Thursday morning round these parts. Hope you had a good day on your Wednesday. Hopefully you're ready for a little evening entertainment as we head into, one last day of the India playthrough, I believe, of Hearts of Iron 4. We've accomplished our goals, and yet there's an achievement I'd like to do, namely to finish an entire playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4. It seems about time to do it. We'll have some decisions in a little bit about what our Indian nation's relationship to the World War II will be. There's a hard choice coming up pretty soon of do we get involved and hopefully tip the balance of power in the direction of one side or the other, or do we instead drop out of the war, say India is for Indians, all of our econ goes to making it a nice place for everyone, and the rest of the world has their problems. We'll see. We'll have a vote. We'll talk about it a little bit. Hearts of Iron coming in about, an hour or so. Looking forward to more of that. But for now, a little chit-chat time. We did receive a big overnight update to the good CK3 roadmap for the future. And so in a little bit here, we'll be discussing the CK3 email that went out and the update. I know some of you have looked at it and discussed it already, but I myself have not had a single moment to glance at it, so it will happen live here in just a little bit. First, though, some hellos and some thank yous and all the rest. Monkeypox, it's good seeing you. Thank you for the continuing subscription. I appreciate that Prime sub. Cool having you with us as always, especially right here at the beginning, getting that generosity flowing early, helping me build up my self-belief as today goes. Unnamed comment, it's good seeing you. Hello to you, Putzaru. Welcome in, Wizards. Hello, Rog. Hello to you today, Jim. Welcome in today, Shepherd. Hello, Whitebrow. Hello to you, Nalfine. Hello to you, Steelskin and Dogs. Welcome in, Mike. Hello, Januska. How's it going, Cortraption? Welcome, Grulion. Welcome, Johnny Paulus. Welcome in, Daigle. Hope life is good over in the place you live. Hello, HVG. What's good today, Vaynard? What's good today, CS Prof. Chaucer? Hello. There's an ice cream truck roaming the neighborhood? Wait, really? I don't know if this is a joke, I do not know, but an ice cream truck in March? With like the little Pop Goes the Weasel song going? It's a little early for ice cream, I think. And yet, I would not mind going and seeing an ice cream truck and the happy children chasing after it, the happy children desiring to get their treats. That'd be good. Oh, it's in the mid-70s in Texas already. That makes some sense. That makes some sense than it would be out there already. It's hard to imagine ice cream in Tokyo. Yesterday was cold and rainy and really just not terribly pleasant. It was not a good time in Tokyo, and more of that in a little bit pretty soon. Hello, Gary. Hello, Eka. What's good bluffing? Hello, Speed Kills. Welcome. Mid-80s, there's this Grulion. Wow, alright, so the US perhaps has made its hard turn into spring, at least for some of you fine people who live towards the south, I'm guessing. Definitely in the Midwest, the 70s shouldn't be coming for a few more months. That said, Klaus says it's 75 in Kansas. Crazy, crazy, crazy. AC cleaning day for you, Daigle. A man is coming at home. That's how it goes, Daigle. How it goes. Have someone show up. You don't gotta be nervous, though. No matter how your house looks and what they're doing, they've seen worse before. They've seen worse before, absolutely. And yeah. It'll be exciting to have your AC units cleaned, hopefully well before the black mold develops. It had been about, 2.5 years since we had our AC cleaned, which say we had never had it done professionally. And though we had done it amateurishly, I suppose, a few times, it was nothing quite as good as the person taking it all the way apart and getting all that black mold out. And Nams and I had had sort of persistent respiratory problems for probably a month and a half before we had them cleaned. And we thought, oh, it must be due to the season. Oh, it must be doing unrelated to anything involving the house's problems. And then we discovered, nope, it is in fact the case. It is in fact the case that the AC needed cleaning. Did the cleaner frown at me when he saw my AC? I don't remember his doing that. I mean, he definitely suggested it was one of the ones that needed some help. He took some before and after photos for me to show to Noms, so that she would be aware of the good work that he had done. But yeah, I mean, he had definitely seen worse before. It's always how it goes, no doubt at all. Hello, Gary, how's it going? Dogs asks, have I trimmed my beard? No. I mean, I went to the barber probably 3 weeks ago now. And though we asked him to please just cut off the portion here, he did a little bit more trimming than I wanted. But it's not my fault. I'm not to blame, etc. But no, I haven't trimmed it all in the past few days, certainly. So there was one moment where I had my little like buzzer out to keep the area underneath cleaned up a little bit, and yeah, and every time I think, oh, I could just shave off the complete thing all at once, that would be good. Pardon me for 10 seconds. I just want to say goodbye to Noms real quick. Be right back. Well, hello there. I apologize for disappearing during the intro, but Noms is... Noms is a little stressed today. Good old Noms a little stressed. My apologies for disappearing there. Not a good time to go, but yeah, I just wanted to give her an extra word of affirmation today because... I don't know. It's been tough recently. It's been tough. A cool dude, I am sorry for walking away. A terrible thing to do. It was very much a, I'm going away now. You know, their Twitch is acting up. I'm sorry, I should put like a message up. I should have typed a message saying, be right back, 10 seconds, etc. But did not do that at all. All power to the Noms. Yeah, she needs your energy right now. We just gotta get through this week, I think. It's just... I don't know. Her boss, the president of the university, or president of the college here, is incredibly growth-minded in a way that is probably good for certain businesses, but maybe not so good for a college. And it's led to her feeling like she's constantly trying to catch up to things that he is wanting to do, and by the time that she has caught up, it leads then to him immediately saying, oh, it's time for another major project. And it's one of these things where like the growth, the constant growth of a service requires the setting up of offices and people and training, and he has no time for that. So it's being a stress. We'll see how it goes. It's like a hamster wheel. That's a very good way of putting it, Pond. A hamster wheel, absolutely. And she... on the weekends is able to step off from it, but as she steps off, she always says, man, I should use the weekend to catch up even more, right? There's that recent comment by good old you-know-who that says the reason he wins against the opposition is because he works on the weekend. It's like getting 2 days for free against everyone else, and man, that's terrible if work takes over life to the point that like one does not have a life. And it was not even the work to live or live to work thing. It's instead, just work, thank you. So we'll see how it goes, but we need to get through this week, definitely. And so, all belief to Noms, but I wish I could do more for her. I do occasionally offer to do her work. I occasionally say, like, look, I'm able to do the kind of work this needs. I'm able to, like, write sample emails to the faculty, and you can sign off on them. But she doesn't like me doing her job, unfortunately, which is too bad, because I don't want to say I could do her job, but there are parts that I can help at least. And, you know, back in the day, it was very common for academic couples to do their work together. But by which I mean, for a long time there, major male professors would have their wives grade papers, which is a terrible patriarchal thing to do, because it suggests that the work of teaching is not important, etc. Massive liability risk for both of us. I mean, what I would be doing in this case is primarily collating data for her so that she'd be able to make certain judgments. Right now, she's having to do the collation and the judgments. She has a person who is meant to be like the data supervisor for for her entire college, but they're busy with other kinds of problems there. Man, remember you mentioning liability. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. A little hupper guy. Could you stop judging people? I don't mean judgment in that sense. I mean making decisions. That's good though. I should definitely tell her that all the way. Anyway, I just want her to have a good life, and if I can help with that, independently of liability or otherwise, I just want her to have a good life, and that's how this thing goes for sure. So she can delegate whatever she wants, whoever she wants. I mean, yeah. You can tell her that. When she's here on Saturday, you can say, here's how you should do her job. I'm sure she'd appreciate that very, very much. Anyway, yesterday I was ill. I don't know what happened. Yesterday around, 3 p.m., 4 p.m. after stream, I started feeling really, really lousy. Really lousy and not enjoying myself at all. And like terrible neck pain. And I'm not sure if I was like holding myself strangely during stream or what, but I took a quick little nap, hoping it would, fix things up before class time, but it did not. Now, luckily yesterday I had a scheduled class that was very student-centric, namely the students were able to, work on a certain creative product together to show they could synthesize the material and apply it in what I think was really a fun way. And so I gave them the assignment and I said, hey, when you're done today, just put those in my mailbox, and then took off. Where normally I would stay there and help them work on their ideas and develop a project. I instead went home and slept. And then when Noms got home at about 8 p.m., I was still sleeping, and I woke up and I said, oh, hi, sweetie, good seeing you. And she said, are you not feeling well? And I said, that's right. And so I went back to sleep, and she joined me at, 11:30 or so, and I was still sleeping, and at 8 o'clock this morning, about 30 minutes ago, or I guess now 58 minutes ago, I rose from my slumber. So from 5 p.m. yesterday, or 5:30 yesterday, until about 8 a.m. this morning, I did not exist. And that is the case that, I don't like doing that, especially missing part of class, but occasionally you need it. Woke up feeling much, much better this morning, and, I wish I had a clearer sense of what went wrong, especially when I get neck pain that happens midday. I can't say, oh, I just slept strangely. When there's something else that's happened, it feels really terrible. Maybe past a virus. Daigle, thank you for understanding how viruses work. Because I tend to shrug and say, like, oh, this is the case where something went wrong inside of me. What is it? No fever. I mean, not that I know of, but I wasn't really paying attention because I was just going to sleep. Anytime I woke up, back to sleep. And throughout it, I said, oh, I don't feel terribly well, but back to sleep again, how it goes. What about the crossword? Don't worry. Last night, Noms did the crossword solo. I told her if she needed to wake me to get it through, she would do so, but she did not need my help, and that's just fine. She's a very, very strong crossword solver on her own, as long as it stays primarily away from wordplay. The wordplay and crossword she finds not only hard to solve, but when she solves it, she hates it. Where when I solve wordplay and crosswords, I'm just delighted. Oh, look, those words rhyme. Those words are funny together. She has no time for it at all. So yesterday was a very straight puzzle with plenty of questions about pop culture, and that's all very, very good for you. Is it a migraine contraption? I don't know. I've told this story years ago, but when I was a kid, probably between like 9 and 16, maybe 10 and 16, I would get these terrible migraines. We're in like the standard parts of the body, right behind one of the eyes would get pulsing, and then I'd see weird auras, and I would throw up, I would go to sleep in a dark room, and then feel much, much better, which is, kind of awful in its way. But then, my little brother had something even stranger, and my little brother would have like terrible stomach pain, and he would try to dehydrate himself by like constant vomiting and diarrhea and so on, and he had to go to the hospital probably, I don't know, once a year, once every 6 months, something like that for multiple years. And it was really scary for my family and for me and all the rest. And eventually a doctor diagnosed him with stomach migraines, which to me, these are not words that fit together. So there is something migraine-y inside of my family. And so it's possible that whatever I've got now is in the migraine territory. And Nams and I talked yesterday, as we have previously, about, is this something worth going to the doctor over? Because it does happen infrequently even today, but it's one of these things where I would hate to go to a doctor and say, hi, I have this routine I do involving these 4 or 5 physical symptoms, and it's not happening right now, but would you mind diagnosing me? Right? I really wish that I could say, it's happening right now, do your magic tests. And I know that's, I don't know. I know I should just go to the doctor on this one, but it's just, it's tough. It's tough. It's the kind of thing that when I do Googling for it, I realize that Googling is not going to the doctor. I can't find any similar case, and I wish I could. And so, especially because I'll probably be talking to a doctor in non-native English, it might be a challenge. We'll see. Oh boy. Had migraines your 12 most brutal night of your entire life. Half your face went fully numb. That's insane. I can't imagine that. I've managed to avoid numbness in my life, except for sitting on the ground occasionally causes the old legs to fall asleep. It's happening more the older I get. I'm guessing that's common. But why on earth our bodies have this trick where, if you sit in certain ways, like you cut off the blood flow maybe, or something, and that terrible pins and needles feeling has convinced me I should never sit on the floor again for the rest of my life. It's no good. Nubalicious, good to know that you've heard of the stomach migraines also. Tricky to treat, though. Yeah. My little brother, I think he aged out of them. I think he aged out of the stomach migraines somehow. In both of our stories, it's something involving puberty may have been part of it. But whatever's going on with me, I do not like. I like to stop, hopefully. 100 bits to go see the doctor. Yeah. Nam said it might be worth going to the very expensive American doctor in town who does not take health insurance. And why does he exist? So the rich foreign companies will send their English-speaking people there. And yeah. I don't want to spend all of our money on that, but I should probably just go to a Japanese doctor and start and see how it goes. But I think I feel embarrassed, which is stupid. Let me say, rationally speaking, this is a stupid thing. And it's not that I'm embarrassed about any particular symptom. It's more just, I'm embarrassed that it's not obvious to me what's going on. I can't say, my arm hurts, or I have a weird rash. It's instead, here's a set of symptoms that happen sometimes. Good luck! I don't want to cause people trouble, including physicians. I don't know. I've never had a major car problem. I've had little things like, oh, the muffler fell off. Would you mind plugging a new muffler there? But I think if I had some kind of, really complex car problem that was not obvious to me what's going on, and I called my father, who's a mechanic, and he said, oh, I don't know, I would then feel terrible taking this to the auto mechanic. Too complicated. Dagel says, as a foreigner, you understand your hesitation. It's difficult to go when symptoms aren't there. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it is in Taiwan, but in Japan, bedside manner is not exactly a thing. It's instead something very hierarchical. You tell the physician what's going up, and he, almost always he, will offer a definitive diagnosis very, very quickly. There's not the differentials, because I've talked to American doctors and said, hey, just for my happiness, for my lack of anxiety, would you let me know how you're thinking through the things I'm saying? Would you give me access to the secret wisdom of your field? And I love that, but here it's really top down, and you'll recall the time I went to the doctor and had COVID. It was partially dehydrated, and they gave me a banana bag. And at the end of it, he said, hey, are you feeling better? And I said, no. And he said, you should be feeling better. Are you feeling better? And I said, I'm really not. And he said, you're feeling better. And I said, okay, I'm feeling better. This is the kind of thing I cannot imagine happening elsewhere. And I've heard from my colleagues that very much this happens regularly. So It's how it goes, so I don't know. If they give it the 100 bits to go to the doctor, I will take it under advisement. Yeah. How much of my life do I now spend talking about medical issues on stream? The older we get, the more we do, I'm afraid. How it goes. Anyway, no really stories from classes yesterday because, classes yesterday wasn't really there. They did just fine helping out themselves, and I had one of my students collect the student assignments, and so I'll get those today, I assume. And, I mean, I hate when I have no stories for you all, but yesterday's stories really are, hey, I slept a lot. Would you like to hear about sleeping? For a while, I slept on the couch, and then the bed. Ooh. I give a diary of my symptoms. Eka, I mean, that's not a bad idea. That said, I wonder, like, what complexity of diarying should I do for what seems like a weird case like this? Do I write down every day what food I've had and how much sleeping I've done and? You know, is it a case where, like, a full diary for weird symptoms requires a full recounting of what's going on? And because some of it's, like, neck stuff, you know, could it be, how did I sleep today, etc., etc., etc.? Yes to all of those. All right, I know we have physicians and other medical people in chat. I think it's time to be there again, reaching out to all of you and saying, diagnose me, doctor. Don't worry, I wouldn't do that. Like in many other fields, when someone knows that you're in the field, they say, hi, you're going to work for me for free. Come over and get rid of all the ransomware on my computer, please. There you go. What percentage chance I'd give that my symptoms are from my current medication? I've been on the same meds and same dosage for approaching a year. And so I want to say it's a relatively low chance, but again, this is me not knowing anything about anything, and I don't know what I would call the problem, but maybe though. A lot of your neck stuff is tight upper back. I did massages for a while, that was nice, but it feels unrelated. I'm not sure though. Hello, Fernanthus. Should part of my symptoms be having regular checkups with a doctor? I promised Noms that this year I really will do the annual health checkup. And I really will. I don't want to, but I really will. So, we'll see. Alright. Enough health checkup with Resorty. No one cares about this topic. This topic is about me. That's weird. How about you? What's going on with you all? The first ad break is coming right now. How are your days? What are your plans this evening? Do you got video gaming ahead? Are you doing chores? Are you plotting to find new jobs? You know what's going on your side of things. The one thing I want to do in the intro today is to pull up the CK3 Dev Diary, because apparently Season 4 so of CK3 has been announced, and we'll learn a fair amount about that today, what's planning ahead. Like I said, I know absolutely nothing about it, except one person on the Discord mentioned it involves Asia, and Asia in a new way than's been in prior to CKs. So we'll see what that means. I'm looking forward to it for sure. You're trying to get into CK3 and feeling so overwhelmed even with the 2-hour tutorial. Yeah, though CK3 is the easiest of the Paradox games to get into, it is still a bit of a hill, a bit of a mountain. So with that said, you know, please do let me know how it goes. And if you got questions, over on the Discord, there's a Paradox and Such channel, and the people who attend that channel allegedly understand how the games work. So we love helping, though. We love helping. I know that part of the problem, though, with Paradox games is knowing which questions to ask, because they just feel so overwhelming. So overwhelming for sure. But agreed, Abernathy. Yeah, do the tutorial multiple times. A good way to get things started. That said, the tutorial gives you such amazing training wheels. The tutorial gives you a gigantic bonus to the beginning of the game with big extra money, and I believe it gives you one free building also, that when you try to do the exact same start in non-tutorial mode, it's significantly harder. It's still able to be done, but I wish the game were a little clearer that we've given you a slight buff here, so when you try next time, you're probably going to lose. But yeah, Stellaris is also somewhat somewhat easier to learn among Paradox games, but it is somewhat importantly different from the other map games. I think that CK3 and Victoria and Hearts of Iron all have some commonalities that perhaps, almost definitely Stellaris doesn't have. But it's all like big map game, big button games, etc. Dr. Cool Jedi, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Good having you with us. I like seeing your name every time. Cool Jedi seems pretty cool. Speaking of Jedi things, I remember you mentioned the Andor show, the Andor Star Wars show being worth checking out. And this morning I had Noms accede to her willingness or to the decision to go ahead and watch that together. So probably this weekend, Noms and I will watch a little bit of Andor, and that should be good. Oh, there are no Jedi in Andor, so I know nothing about Andor other than some of you said that you've been watching. It's really, really enjoyable, but it's not about the Jedi. If I could have like a one sentence. What is the show about? I would love to know. Absolutely. Because I know nothing about it, frankly. I see that down below, we have a comment that you're putting together your end-of-term philosophy paper. What's the topic, if you don't mind, Gary? Like, in one sentence, what is the topic of your end-of-term philosophy paper? I would love to know so I can immediately write the paper in my head, because I like thinking about questions. Dago, drinking coffee and playing the Minecraft. Awesome. Do you play with a ton of mods? Like, is the Minecraft like vanilla, let's build stuff, or is it instead like let's go big adventures? Have you built your nether gate, whatever it is? I don't know anything about this, unfortunately. All right, Andor's a prequel to Rogue One, the formation of the rebellion. Did I watch Rogue One? I don't remember. So is there no Force magic in it? Like, I know the midichlorians have been part of being since the beginning of time, expressing themselves through the world. I don't know what this means at all. I'm just saying words. But is it free from Force stuff? It is just people doing people stuff. I mean, I appreciate that. You know, the one very common critique of Star Wars, many of you know, is the centrality of just this one family. And though we believe that families can do important things, man, it's weird having the Skywalker family doing absolutely everything, absolutely everywhere. And so, yeah, I think it would be cool to see a Star Wars that's less magic, more politics. I like politics very much. A best representation of common life under an authoritarian regime in all popular fiction. Wow, that's a very strong claim. Best representation of common life under an authoritarian regime in popular fiction. Recently there was a YouTube video about the movie Children of Men, which is a really interesting movie in the present day. And it invites you to watch the background instead of the foreground all the way through. And I think that might have some interesting constants as well, but could be worth doing. If you don't want to binge it all, watch it in segments of 3 episodes. So how long is an episode? I didn't see anyone say that yet, because Noms and I tend to watch like 30-minute episodes most evenings, but if it's an hour-long episode, we wait till the weekend instead, because for her, an hour is a long time. 45 minutes? Or I was like, it's in the in-between. If she's had a bad day, I can convince her to do 45 minutes, because like, hey, you deserve a little bit more relaxation time after all your hard work, etc., etc., etc. It's worth watching Rogue One before Andor. Okay. Maybe we should do that. Andor could be a single standalone sci-fi story. Okay, so it doesn't rely on knowledge of Star Wars tropes. I'm guessing then there are little moments of like winks to the broader fan base, like, oh look, this character's mentioned, or did you see that person in the background scuttling by? But it's got to be in some measure connected to the rest. But I'm guessing if they're trying to do a standalone program, I wonder if that's a way to get people to care about Star Wars who have previously said, I don't, or on the other side, I have a friend I tried to get into Star Wars, and when I suggested it, he said, there are just too many of them, right? And I said, but I said, but just start on any of them. Start with the movies. And then he started listing the many Star Wars shows that were on Disney Plus. There are just so many. And so I get why one would feel very strange about starting anywhere when it seems nigh impossible where to start. Same as Marvel. I had a friend who tried to get me more into Marvel, and part of his doing so was talking down the majority of the Marvel TV shows and saying, like, just watch the Avenger movies. And then I said, I've done this. I loathe Tony Stark. I find him insufferable. And he said, okay, maybe you're a hopeless case. And that was fine too. But yeah, the number of, like, the great proliferation of these franchise shows. I understand why they're doing it. You know, once you have an audience who's into Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever, you want to keep them engaged in the franchise through and through and through. But there's just so much all the way through. It's probably a little fan service. So, Dobry, it's interesting you use the word fan service. I understand that's used to refer to any ways of letting fans know that you're onto them, letting fans know that you see them and you want them to be happy. Unfortunately, I learned the word fan service in terms of certain, like, characters being put on the screen in skimpier outfits before I learned any other meaning. So when I think of, like, Star Wars fan service, like, oh, are we gonna see Obi-Wan Kenobi in a bikini? Right, this sort of thing. But no, I understand it's used more generally than that. I just missed it, unfortunately. Right, that's right. We need more plot. We need more plot for sure. I would definitely pay though to see Sir Alec Guinness in the slave Leia outfit, apparently. Something like that. Thank you for being so excited about the Andor show. Rarely do we have a film or TV show mentioned in the chat that so many people get behind all at once. So, focusing on the dynamic behind the Empire, interesting. As a youngster, I loved thinking about the Empire, and I had this, like, great desire to remove the vilification of the Emperor, not because I thought he was a good dude, but just because it seemed fairly orderly. And youthful Resorty just wanted order in the world, and he did not understand the broader political ramifications of the same. It was more like, I don't know, they seem to have, like, nice police officers, and then who are these weird kids who are causing problems here? And again, like, the rebellion's the rebellion, right? So there's a whole subreddit community of what the Empire did nothing wrong. All they're trying to do is keep order in a world of chaos. You're doing a third watch through Andor before season 2. See, we have to get in on a TV show or movie series before there are too many. If Noms says, okay, or if I say to Noms, let's watch a particular show, and then she pulls it up online and is looking down the barrel of there are 20 seasons, she'll have a very hard time getting into it because I feel like such a commitment to see the full development of the show. And so I mentioned, like, hey, let's watch True Detective, a show that she has never seen at all. She said, oh, but there are 4 seasons. They're making a 5th one. And I said, no, sweetie, there's only 1 season. There's 1 season and done. So with Andor, if we're in the 2nd season, that's okay. She just needs to continue moving along. Maybe Andor is done after only 2 seasons. Or that really changes things. There's a reason there can only be a number of Andor seasons. Well, I expect that part of it is we know what happens later. The problem with all prequels, the sequels determine the limits of the story, right? You're not going to have a special, like, Luke Skywalker show in which, Luke Skywalker dies at age 14. No, because we need him for other purposes past that. And, I think we'll try Andor, almost certainly. Just tell Nam she doesn't have to watch the whole lot. Unfortunately, she's a bit of a completionist. She really likes collections. She likes thinking about like the process of collecting. And so if there's a moment where she's told this thing is cool and she agrees it's cool, she will want to do all of that thing. So recently there was a release set of like little statuettes for a brand of anime cats she likes. Anime? No, like Japanese artwork cats she likes. and they're sold in the gacha machines, right? The put in your 400 yen and spin and see which one you get. And she really wanted these, but we conversed about it and said, look, how many will you go for before you get the whole series? And though there were 5 of them, she knew full well that she would need to have lots and lots and lots of them. So, or lots and lots of goes and get duplicates. She decided against it. But again, once she gets in, she has a hard time getting out again. You mentioned liking the politics out of Star Wars. Your wife been watching a political fan series from the 90s of The West Wing. Yeah, I think when things get rocky in American politics, a lot of people watch The West Wing and say it could all be so simple. But I do wonder the distance between 1990s West Wing show and the contemporary world. But of course I loved the West Wing back in the day. It felt pretty good, pretty fun to see people talk through issues and engage in sincere dealing, and let's not go too far. West Wing is fun though, very good show for sure. On the sci-fi track, what did I think of the most recent version of Dune? So we've not seen it, and the reason why is Noms has... I don't want to say that everything in our house is based on Noms' preferences, but Noms feels very much that she needs to read books or the source material before she watches any television show or movie that's an adaptation. And so before we watch any of the new Dune movies or the old ones, she would like to have read through all of the Dune books. This is going to take some time. So we've been talking about getting to Dune on and off for the past, I don't know, probably 7 years, at least 5 years. And so, you know, we'll get to there probably in, I don't know, 2030 or so. It's just the way she operates. So, yeah. But all the books, does she mean only the 60G books? I don't know what 60G means. Maybe. Especially does not mean literally the entire series in the same way that, if one said I need to read all the Star Trek books, I mean, good luck, you'll die under the mountain of them. I think she means just the relevant source material for the show. This is the same reason that she and I have not watched Lord of the Rings together. I absolutely love it, lots of fun, but she wants to get through the entire Lord of the Rings series first, and I get that, but it then requires really focusing on those books, and of course there are lots of books. There are lots of books to watch or to read and to enjoy, and it's hard to prioritize books that you want to read solely so you can watch movies, and there are lots of movies that are not based on books, and so we get there eventually. Hello, Eris! We'll be reading the CK3 update in just a little bit. I know almost nothing about what's in it, but we'll get there in, I don't know, 5 or so months? That's not true. Minutes! There you go. Giggle Eagle! Giggle Eagle, that's a fun name to say. Thank you for your generous Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed hanging out and hearing me repeatedly say, no, we haven't seen that. Maybe someday. Giggle, I appreciate that very, very much indeed. Oh, goodness. Jim, you've not seen or read Dune. Geek cred ruined. Yeah, I mean, I started on this stream saying I hadn't read or seen anything geek-related, except for the Star Trek films, I suppose. Gradually, over my years of streaming, I have begun to fix my geek cred, my nerd cred, but I realize I will never be the king of nerds, because I spend too much time playing video games. If I were a little bit more broad in my chosen ways of spending time, I could play video games and also watch movies to get that geek cred ratio up. Or do both at once, right? Do both at once, play the video game and watch the show and get more and more and more done. So, I don't know. Dune is weird. It's amazing that Villeneuve made it digestible. That's not the most recent Dune, correct? Or is it? I remember there's some documentary about some fellow who tried to make a Dune back in the, 70s or 80s? Was that guy? Villeneuve. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. No, that guy's name was like an Otsky name, right? Otsky? Aronofsky? Welcome to Half Merged Stories of Resorty. Jodorowsky. I've not seen the Jodorowsky Dune documentary, but I've been told it's really, really, really good. Really, really fun. Documentary of this, I don't know, madman director who wanted things to be in his vision, and it never quite worked out, unfortunately. David Lynch made one in the 80s also. Is it worth watching the older presentations of Dune before seeing the newer ones? Or should one just watch the big Hollywood ones and call that good enough? Hey Waco Kid, have I seen the new CK3 Chapter 4 news? We're checking it out after this little bit of stream. I'm pulling up in the bit here, can't wait to see it. Waco, it's good seeing you today. Yes, you see the old ones. No, you shouldn't. It's worth it if you want to watch Sting in a metal bikini. I mean, speaking of fan service, the David Lynch one's really good. Okay, I just like the Lynch ones. Right? It seems like there's strong disagreement in the community here over what's good and what's not good. 80s Dune is so bad, but is it so bad it's good? Right? Because you know what you're getting with David Lynch, right? You're getting someone over the top, quasi-spiritual, everything's weird, why can't we be weird too, presentation of the world. And this sort of disconnect between the ordinary story of the world and the Lynchian story makes me very, very happy. Oh, also at this point, I just realized I confused David Lynch with the fellow who runs the Talking Heads, David Byrne. I think what I said is still true, but I thought there was a Dune movie made by the lead singer of the Talking Heads. Can you even imagine? Can you even imagine? That would be amazing. Oh, the world would be better with that for sure. All very good, all very good. Patrick Stewart is in the one in the 80s? Wait, really? Is that true? I didn't know anything that Patrick Stewart did before Star Trek. Except for like Shakespeare and such. I don't know. David Byrne also made a movie. He did. I think there's also a recent David Byrne concert recording I'd like to see. That's craziness. That's craziness. Oh, Gary, you had a message before I wanted to read. The problem is, I forgot where it is. All right, 1 second, friends. So Gary's suggestion about his end-of-term paper, real quick, is philosophy that matters to me. A self-reflection about 4 prompts, each of a page long. What is philosophy? In what ways am I strong at philosophy? How has the philosophical experience affected my life? What's the meaning of life and how do I know? Huh. That's a lot. I mean, those are good questions for the beginning of an intro to philosophy course, but good God. Good God, those are hard ones. So I think they're good questions for intro students, because the professor would not be saying, have you figured out once and for all, but more, have you been thinking this term? Hope it goes well. Good luck with your paper. Seems like a lot going on there for sure, for sure, for sure. Okay, I think that's what I got for right now. I think I'm feeling good about things. I will try to talk noms into watching the Dune film, so I can have opinions on that one. Seldom need a simpler paper. Awesome. I mean, I love the idea that many of you are out there trying philosophy classes. I believe this semester 3 members of our community signed up for philosophy classes, and one hated the professor so much they dropped it after 2 weeks. That's how it goes. But the other 2 people have made it through the semester, even though I don't know if you've all had the best experience. I should never again say that I'm a philosophy professor. I think it induces people into taking classes they don't actually enjoy. Wells. HPG, you don't think you take a philosophy course because you'd be that guy making Diogenes jokes the whole time? I mean, I think the jokes are fine as long as you don't undermine what the teacher's trying to do. Like, it's all fine to make jokes and ask weird questions as long as you don't try to take over the classroom. And I think that's true probably in every class. Right? It's good to have a certain amount of levity and a certain amount of engagement that isn't just straight ahead. But man, the teachers got a job to do. They got to get through their material, or else it goes kind of bad. How it goes. What is philosophy? How can you accept anything as truth when you can't prove anything? You can prove things, you just can't prove with absolute certainty. Don't be a deductivist, be an inductivist. Try your best to understand the world probabilistically. Ain't that great? I think that's great. Good call, Dogberry. We had a nice conversation about pop culture, in which many of you said words I'd known nothing about Andor and Dune and all the rest. Over on the Discord, we have a channel where people talk about things involving pop culture and movies. You can join there and offer me recommendations that I will never watch, but maybe other people in the community will do so. That's how this goes. That's how it goes. You pay good tuition money to ruin other students' experiences. I have had students like that. I have had students who don't exactly say it in that way, but they say like, look, I have as much of a right to offer my opinion here as anybody else does. And then I've got to find a way to encourage the students to understand that, to understand that their being able to offer their opinion occasionally comes at the expense of other people being able to offer theirs, and to share ideas, and makes the classroom hostile and so on. And so, oh boy, yep. Very glad I haven't had a student like that in a few semesters. But you will recall, 3 semesters ago, I had a student that we call Brother Man. Because on day 1, Brother Man was actively trying to undermine the class, and then throughout the semester, he was just rude and dismissive and, I don't know, did not understand what the classroom was about. It was a very, very frustrating semester, or maybe he understood but didn't care. I will mention also, he came from an incredibly wealthy family. I'm having a very hard time with my students who are incredibly wealthy, who don't see the value of college but want to be here for the visa. It is a challenge because the last school I taught before this one, the majority of students were the first ones in their family to go to college, and they felt or expressed themselves as feeling so unbelievably grateful to be there. And they wanted to learn, and they were open and curious. But man, the swing in behaviors and beliefs based on socioeconomic class and nationality possibly has been one of the biggest challenges coming here. I want students who are glad for what we're doing. It'd be like someone going to a restaurant and ordering food and then leaving before the food came. Like paying for it but not eating it. Or, I don't know, like coming to the restaurant, paying the money, spitting on the grill, and then walking out. Something like that. And I just don't understand why they're doing it. I mean, visa is the answer, so they can be in Japan, which, I mean, cool and all, but it's rough. It's rough. Anyway, enough about that. Let's look at the CK4 thing. That's not true. CK3 thing. Let's see what we got here. So we can pull up the link from the folks on the Discord. I thank you for posting it there so I can find it more easily. Let me copy this link. Then go here. You may have seen the new Fritz picture. You may have not. But gosh, we love the Fritz picture very, very much. And he's a good boy. Today, he's a good boy. He did not hiss at noms today. That's all I ever really want. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Chapter 4. Crusader Kings 3, Chapter 4. I don't like that at all. And like, fine, cool, whatever. Is it the combination of Roman numerals? Something bothers me here. It's a minor thing. Is it because the latter number is higher than the former number? This is not a technical problem. This is a me problem, almost certainly. Does this feel gross to you all also, or is this just me? I think this might just be me, unfortunately. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hello everyone, I'm the community manager. What's your name? Who dat? They'll probably sign it at the end. Welcome to Chapter 4. That's good, that's good. The Cons of the Steppe. The primary expansion of number 4. Yep, people have been wanting to play the Horde playthrough, the Nomadic playthrough. I guess this is the opportunity to do so. No great surprise there, as the devs have been adding in different government types. This is the next obvious one to go to. It is the case that people are also yearning for merchant play. I expect that merchant play will be the government type of Chapter 5. But here you go, a brand new nomadic government and systems we've created to support it. Inspired by the nomadic people of the Eurasian steppe, these mechanics challenge you to adapt to a lifestyle dominated by the ebb and flow of the land's vitality. Maintain your herds. What's that mean? Do you actually get to use that? You've gotten some cows. Do you breed them together or sell them immediately? If I actually have a counter of how many cows I have, I'll be the happiest resortee ever. If we get a DLC that is not tours and tournaments, but instead like fairs and breeding, I will be all over it absolutely. Cannot wait to become Farmer Zordy. Alright, key features, the nomadic government. They're not in a static location. They traveled across the steppe as climate and fertility demanded. We strive to recreate the experience in Khan's steppe. I wonder if there will be an actual overlay for fertility and appropriateness of the season and so on. Like if you have to move your horde south with the winter. Interesting. When resources run dry, you must migrate anew. Chieftains roam peacefully by negotiating with neighboring shepherds or seize new pastures by force. Are we going to see an occupation of federal land? Oh boy, I can't wait. Also, I do wonder like, if the Khans work their way into Eastern Europe, can they make an agreement of we will graze our animals in your location or we'll invade you? That'd be interesting. Herd. Representing your horses, cattle, and overall strength in the steppe, the new herd system becomes a cornerstone of diplomatic, martial, and economic actions. Use it to fuel the warbands or as currency in negotiations. I worry, and maybe this is fine, but I worry that the herd will become a simple replacement for gold. Right, in the same way that gold in the game is not meant to be thought of as only a pile of money, but other ways of inducing and encouraging people to work with you, will herd just be the replacement there? And if so, I hope it works in ways other than you hire new man plus 01 herd. We'll see how it goes. Dominance. Prove your might on the steppe through dominance, increasing alongside power and territory. This might be similar to legitimacy mechanic for feudals. We'll see. At its highest level, you might even claim the mantle of Genghis Khan, the universal ruler. And isn't that what we all really want? Like, isn't any steppe play preparatory to let's go invade Europe? I think it might be. Seasons and survival. Here's what I requested. Life in the steppe is harsh, affected by a changing climate and weather patterns. A white Zud, job's done, could blanket the land in snow, decimating fertility and putting pressure on you to find greener pastures. Meanwhile, milder conditions can bring bountiful growth to your herds, ushering in a period of prosperity. Khan's Steppe releases on April 28th. Alright, a little over a month. I'll probably play it on release and be very, very confused. I've never done much with horde play. I did a little bit back in CK2, but I didn't find it nearly as engaging as feudal. That said, it seems that they've really boosted the what it means to be nomads. The fertility thing, new and interesting. Super, super cool to see how this works. I also wonder if these mechanics are finally the ones that will make me take seasons seriously. I think one way in which I'm a bad player of Paradox games is I just don't pay attention to what season it is or what the weather is. I do pay attention to what kind of terrain we're fighting on or moving through. Those of you who play Paradox games, are you good at watching the weather? Because I understand that one is supposed to do so in CK3, right? There's a penalty to attrition in the winter as your people, I don't know, starve or something. In Hearthstone 4, I understand that weather matters, and if you attack at daytime or nighttime, etc. But to be honest, so far I haven't really paid attention to it, other than making ongoing jokes about the Germans attacking the Russians in the winter, and they're winning. I don't know. I need to do. I probably need to do more with the weather, but I also wonder if. I wonder if Paradox games are tuned in such a way that the average player can ignore important mechanics and still do all right. So probably playing at the very hardest difficulty against real humans in multiplayer, one has to attend to the weather. But I've done okay in each of my Hearts of Iron playthroughs and most of my CK3 playthroughs with this dirty secret of I don't care what year it is, I don't care what month it is, I don't care if it's snowing, let's just charge through. I don't know. Seasons matter a lot more Hearts of Iron. Good call, because yeah, you do go hour by hour, day by day. Maybe for the rest of our Hearts of Iron playthrough, I will attempt to look and see what the weather is. Now, I'm not sure what I should do with the weather, other than, like, attack when it's not raining, maybe. We can learn a lot, possibly. Gotta look out for seasonal attrition. So, Dogbre, I agree with you. It is the case that in many of the CKs especially, there's big attrition for being in the winter. The way to solve this, in my view, is just build up your economy so much so you have so many troops it doesn't matter. Like, blob before the weather affects you. And I think that's the problem with CK3 so far, is that blobbing is so darn easy. We'll see. Yeah, so I mean, this does seem to say you're gonna have to take the weather seriously, and the season seriously. I'm curious if that will incentivize slower game speed play when playing as hordes. If you have to think about where do we go as time goes by, you want time to move slower. I don't know. Alright, that's the big portion. Big portion is you can play as nomadic hordes. Number 2, event pack coronations. This is very much let's bring a well-liked CK2 mechanic and move it forward. Beyond the Steppe of Eurasia, Chapter 4 introduces a new event pack simply titled Coronations. In the medieval world, a coronation was more than just a gathering. It represented a moment where earthly and divine legitimacy converged. A new activity, Coronations function, as a new activity type letting you experience the event firsthand. Coordinate with religious authorities and conduct the perfect ceremony to establish your right to rule in the eyes of your vassal and subjects. Plan it wisely, because the consequence of the activity can echo throughout your entire region and beyond. Is this just a wedding? I think one challenge I've had with the new way of thinking about events in the game is there may be too many of them. Do you all feel that way also? Like, I know that some of you think about events as let's just keep going hunting, and that's fun. But I think in my playthroughs, I've not been able to do all of the events because there's not enough time to do so, and also sit at home and rule. And maybe that's the point. Maybe that helps the world to feel more complex and interesting. You have to make harder choices about how you spend your time. You can't go and visit everyone all at once. But this also leads to troubles of other characters not being at home. And as the player, I do want the other characters to have lives and such, but when I want to go visit them, I want them to be at home. Because, I don't know, if the neighbor's always out, when you go over and ask for sugar, they're not much of a neighbor, are they? Notably, this is when, my ruler should go touring to go, like, enforce his will on all the vassals. But every time I stop at a vassal's place, they say, nope, not home, off touring. And I'm like, okay, well, I've wasted so much time trying to tour from place to place, and not being able to do anything with that time other than just continue on. So, I don't know. What I need a king level rule, maybe empire rule, at least a king level rule that says you may not leave your castle. Right? The same way you can pass rules that say you may not wage war, I need an active quarantine so I can go visit you and you're definitely there. This is what we need. Anyway, I expect this will be like a wedding where you choose the level of coronation. That's what it was in CK2 also. You can be crowned by the local bishop or get the pope, etc. And yeah, I do wonder how long these will go also. Rog, you're absolutely right. The events take a very, very long time in terms of game time. Not only did it take months to get to the location, you then have to wait for everyone else to get there, and then the actual event goes on for months and months and months and months so that all the activities can happen. But it is a weird disconnection of like character time and world time. You know, why would it be that the wedding and the feast, or the pre-wedding and the wedding ceremony and the feasting and the special night in bed and the cleaning up would take genuinely a year? Like, I understand that in the Middle Ages, events took a while, right? You want to make it worth the travel. You have multiple days of feasting, but man, it's a crazy, crazy period of time to spend in one place, especially when it's outside your realm and you can't do a lot of things because the region is doing their things. Now, at least in my playthroughs, I don't know about the region system. I realize that as I'm thinking about how these various additions fit into the world of the game, I find myself over and over noticing the degree to which I kind of ignore certain game elements. The regent thing, I understand the regent can work against me, but I think I largely ignore what the regent's doing, so long as they're not trying to depose me directly. I think I miss a number of these. I want to say I'm not using the mechanics correctly. There's something I've missed out on it, but again, those of you who play Crusader Kings 3, do you engage with the regent? Or is it one of the things like, it's happening in the background, it's fine? And maybe that's what the mechanic is supposed to be. You know, you trust your regent to do their thing, and if they're loyal to you, cool. But if you ignore them too much, maybe they eventually cause problems. I don't know. The ongoing problem of CK3, of course, and the way in which a number of the recent changes have been introduced is to try and make it more difficult to keep your realm together. Because the most exciting times when the realm explodes. But the regent has not been successful in that, I think. Something like that. You use some clicks in order to get the alerts to be quiet, right? Because I'm the same. Absolutely the same. Just to say, okay, regent, do your thing. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's like too simple of a system to keep under control. I don't know Hearts of Iron well enough to say this definitively, but it feels to me at least that in CK3, once you understand a mechanic, it's a little bit too easy to master the mechanic. There's not a gigantic gap between competency and mastery, at least when playing against the AI at normal difficulty. Where in Hearts of Iron, so far as a newer player, there are things that I'm competent at that I'm still comfortable saying I don't really understand. I'm not sure. I think CK3 may ultimately have a lower skill ceiling on many of its mechanics. Possibly, not sure on that one. Need to think more about, do I actually believe that? Because if so, it should be a YouTube video, and then Paradox will never send me a game key again. Alright, a major expansion's coming also called All Under Heaven. Cool. Chapter 4's flagship major expansion, All Under Heaven, is set to be the largest and most ambitious expansion in Crusader Kings history. Largest and most ambitious. We're completing our map of the medieval world by extending its scope across all of Asia. Wait, really? So we all knew that the map in the release had this weird tattering on the right-hand side. And in CK2, the map was extended a little bit and then had a button that was China, the China button. And this made China exist in some sense, but unlike any other peoples. And so it's kind of expecting the same thing to happen here. We'd get a little bit more territory and then the China button. what's happening this time instead. Key features from Ireland to Cathay, from the celestial might of Imperial China, and the unique governments of Japan and Korea? Wait, they really are making the map go all the way in the Middle Ages. I know almost nothing about that territory. I mean, I know the Japanese story in broad strokes. Huh. I wonder why they decided to add this in. That's really, really, really cool, as far as making the game feel more complete. I'm surprised they're doing this before an India expansion. Is that true? I think that's true. Now, is this an attempt to bring in Eastern players? Because Paradox does not have much market share over here. And so I'm curious if this is going to be a push to get CK3 taken up by players in China, players in Japan. I have no idea. I think this game might actually be acceptable to China because it doesn't have democracy mechanics at all. Regardless, also the God Kings of Indonesian Archipelago. Each new area in All Under Heaven features new cultures, faiths, and flavor. Fascinating. It is the case that I go to the Tokyo Game Show each year, and one of the largest game show in the world. They have giant, mechs set up for the Sega people, and they have like Final Fantasy displays that take up tons of square meterage. And I always go to the indie area or the smaller publishers, and I see people I like a lot and companies I like a lot, but I've never seen Paradox, nor Hooded Horse for that matter. I think the kind of strategy games that we play just aren't terribly popular here. I think RTSs are much more popular, but I do wonder if Paradox has tried to make a push into the Japanese market or the Asian market in general. If they haven't, I'm ready to go and be their ambassador. I don't speak Mandarin, I barely speak Japanese. Who knows? Alright, Indonesian Archipelago also. I know almost nothing about what happened in Indonesia this period. We're going to learn a lot. A whole bunch. They mentioned they've been working this for a long time with regional historians. I mean, I'm glad for that, but I'm not surprised. I'm consistently impressed the degree to which Paradox wants to make at least that initial setting, the first moment you load the game, be quasi-realistic. And I think part of that is that people will complain in a big way if they don't. What do you mean William the First is currently on the throne? He didn't take over until 1504, right? And they have a player base that cares about history in a certain respect. History input has been bad in India so far. Maharo, maybe you can advise them on the India DLC, which will come out one of these days, I'm sure. Other key feature here, hegemony. To properly represent the power and influence of China this period, there's a new tier of title above an empire, the hegemony. The new title tier allows for further granular representation of the division of power within large-scale realms. Interesting. Independently of China, this makes sense in gameplay, I think, because often once one holds multiple empires in CK3, it's no longer possible to think of them independently. They kind of just blob together, at least in my mind, and I make sure the kings like me, or the emperor, or the kings like me as other kingdoms, and then the empires become, it's just me with multiple crowns. And so the idea of having a further title when you have multiple empires, I guess is cool, though I wonder what mechanics is going to introduce that are different than just empire to kings. Also, I wonder what the title will be, right? Is the title just Hegemon? Or will there be different titles for different areas, some of them imaginative? Like is the, Roman Emperor title going to be a bigger title than currently? I have no idea. I know nothing about China in the period. I assume it's the case that the Chinese emperor controlled a lot of stuff, including multiple empires, but we'll see how this works out outside of China as well, if at all. Dynastic cycle. The fate of the imperial dynasties follows a cyclical pattern reflecting historical eras of stability and eras of chaos. Players struggle to maintain the mandate of heaven. Okay, so the way they're talking about hegemony and dynasties here suggests the mechanics may be region limited, in the same way that Spain has their special mechanics for the struggle there, and there's one in Persia also, and then the Byzantines, and you can't export, to my knowledge, the Byzantine playstyle into England. Maybe it's appropriate, maybe it's appropriate to have a special, I don't know. I'm going back and forth on this. Like, is it appropriate to have mechanics that are region locked when they're not story based and they're being locked? Because clearly, when it comes to the Persia and the Spain content, they're trying to represent a particular moment in history as such. When it comes to like higher level titles, I'm guessing you can go over and make China feudal, so I can't go the other direction. I don't know. Might be interesting. So you had to prove you have the mandate of heaven and prove that the right choice to navigate the empire through treacherous waters. My friends, we will be doing a lot of reading about Confucius before this playthrough happens. Hours and hours of Analects reading so we can understand what it is to display the mandate of heaven. We must be proper gentlemen who follow the way by carrying out rituals as they have been done, with mindfulness as opposed to machine behavior. Oh, we got it. The Imperial Treasury, a new centralized treasury system for the Chinese emperor, represents the flow of wealth upward and into the empire's coffers, letting you decide how to spend or to squander resources that can make or break the stability of the realm. This is very, very hand-wavy. Something China, something money is different, but I have absolutely no idea what this means. And I hope it's not just a binary. I hope it's not just a take more money for yourself versus spend the money on improving the realm. If so, hope it's more than that. While no release date's being announced at this time, you expect our normal in-depth developer diary to start the expansion shortly after release of the cons, with our first dev diary scheduled for May. Alright, so up here we're doing late April, sometime in May probably, and then over the summer most likely. Alright, coming with a new update, the Crown update also. Not going to read the whole changelog, but court position overhaul. More intuitive interface for appointing and managing the course's less essential roles. I like that. It is kind of tedious, endlessly scrolling through the list to find the Keeper of the Swans. You can imagine a king not caring that much about these positions, especially because, man, in this game, I understand that the various court positions give the characters money. Characters have them money and prestige and so on. But unfortunately, this feels like one of the least role-playing portions of the game, right? Because I end up saying, who ought to be the Keeper of the Swans? Oh, whoever has the highest stewardship. Done. It'd be really interesting if there were more to it, or less to it. So either do it very, very easily, like here, vacancies replaced manually. Steward, you've figured out. Or instead saying, like, I care about this position a lot. I think making it more RP would be really cool. Army automation. I'm sorry, what? Army automation and AI improvements. Focus on what's important to you while you let the AI handle martial affairs. There's also a new interface elements to clarify what allied armies do. So, on the one hand, and let me double, triple underline this was a feature in CK2. This is what they took away from you. In CK3, it's just not clear. It's just not clear what your allies are going to do. And so occasionally I will say, man, I hope they're joining me in combat. And I will step into a battle, and nope, they're sieging. You guessed wrong, haha! And then other times I say to myself, we should probably do some sieging down. Hopefully they join me in that. Nope, they're going fighting. And so, you know, it's really, really nice to be able to have some knowledge at least, or influence on what the allies do. But again, core feature in CK2, I wonder why it was released removed from CK3. I understand. I really understand that the Middle Ages was a time of confusion in battle, right? We didn't all have radios. We didn't have good plans. It was different people working in different ways. But yeah, as a game, it makes it less fun to have constant question marks on what your alleged allies are doing. And you can imagine having, you know, runners and have people running back and forth offering some at least. You haven't seen anything in CK2? Wait, am I wrong? Am I wrong? In CK2, isn't there a, like, ask your ally to siege, ask your ally to fight battles, ask your ally to defend? I'm nearly sure that CK2 had that. I'm ready to be told I'm making that up and having a bit of a fever dream of hope. You can link armies. I recall that. Wait, am I actually making things up? One second. CK2, is it EU4? Or was it EU4 maybe? It is possible. We're looking for here. Ally request. That's not it at all. Maybe it's only an EU4. I thought it was something though. Tell allies to attack. CK3, fine. CK2, here we go. Troops, Mookmans. Strategies. It's entirely possible I made things up here. I'm ready to say that that's absolutely true. I thought that was something. Is that in a later patch or DLC? Alright, maybe just stream CK2 to look it up. I mean, possibly. Huh. Ally orders, thank you. There we go. Nope. Here they are. It requires Monks and Mystics. Monks and Mystics DLC is what did it. I swear I'm making things up. There you go. It takes a DLC to do it. But you can order allies to siege, to attach to your armies, to focus on siege in general, or hunting down enemy armies. Look, I didn't make it up. I remember CK2. No fever dreams here, only real and true knowledge. Oh, I had a brief moment of I'm a big confused person, but I do recall when CK3 came out, I was so confused about why one couldn't do this. And so all you did instead was wander awkwardly and say, come on armies, please do things. Very good. I've regained my CK3, or CK2 cred. Next up, improvements to the Crusade AI. I don't believe you. I don't believe you even a little bit. The AI will now gather its armies for striking at enemies as a properly coordinated force. Expect more unified Great Holy War offensives and fierce oppositions to the defender. So thus far in CK3, as many of you know, the way Crusades have worked is a dripping storm. Alright, so though it's a mighty thunder cloud of tens of thousands of people showing up, they go in 12 at a time and they just die. And then guess what? Here's 40 more and they just die. The attacking AI is very, very, very bad. The defending AI gets confused off also and will wander off to go fight those 12 people while other people drip in the south, but we'll see how it goes. This definitely deserves a moment of hope, but we'll see what happens there. Instant unlock! For those eager to dive in Chapter 4 content as soon as possible, anyone who purchases the Chapter 4 pass will immediately receive the Crowns of the World cosmetic pack, unlocking various culture-specific crowns and turbans. Whether you play in Europe, the Middle East, or North America, you're sure to find new stylish ways to represent your royal persona. I was so excited for Barbershop when I first saw it. I love the idea of taking time to make my character look just the way I'd like him to, or to force everyone inside of my court to wear the same clothes. And then I just kind of stopped doing it. I wonder why that is. I may have had a sequence of kings die. Like I spent time to make them look perfect, and then make them look perfect, and then immediately go on to the next king and said, "Ugh, it's not worth the time." We should do more barber shopping. We should make our character look good. Also, I look forward to having 3 of you join me on Discord, so while working in the barbershop, we can have a barbershop quartet. It'll be good. Community Q&A. If you got questions, feel free to ask them. But no, I mean, this looks cool. Looks cool, definitely. I'm ready to say, like, relatively certainly, I will play 1 step playthrough and say, I see what they're going for, but I'm not sure I enjoy it. Which is just a me thing. I really, really like Feudal Realms a lot. I'll give it a shot, though, with open mind, but other governments I tend to find kind of tedious in what they require you to pay attention to, and that might just because I was raised on tribal and feudal, and I like how those work. I'll give these once a shot, though, and see how it goes. Again, especially if the herd is something more than just here's a pile of gold. We'll see, we'll see. Coronations, like I said, I'm excited that it's included, as coronations were such a big portion of medieval life in Western Europe. You know, the sense that the church said you are important. The church says you have the divine right that comes from God, and the church acknowledges and insists on that. Will we get anti-popes? That's what we really need, though. All Under Heaven, I can't even think this thought, honestly. The huge addition of not just China, but Japan also would be really, really, really cool. But with that said, I'll be curious to see how well it's put together, especially the distinctiveness of the different forms of government. I'm kind of guessing that the China part will be really, really well developed. Japan, Korea, and Indonesia, I'm guessing, will get fuller development in DLCs. I'm guessing they'll have things like, look, it's Japanese people. They're Shintos. They believe the emperor is a god, but there won't be any particular development of what that means yet. And yeah, like I said earlier, I'm surprised we're getting China before a big India update. It's adding in something new to worry about before they fix and rectify and improve an area of the game that clearly needs some love. But you know, they have their internal numbers about what people want to see. They can only work on one thing at a time, etc., etc. So we'll see. On the scale of the game, the Japanese politics era won't be very engaging. I'm not sure. I'll be curious to see how it works. I'll be curious, you know, what they promise, what they show. But yeah, I mean, obviously Japanese politics at the time were focused on Japan. And so you can zoom in real close and just look at that, but I don't know. You can imagine convincing the shogun to strike west. Now is the time for Korea. Now is the time for China. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The rectification of names, indeed. We must make sure our ruler is acting as a ruler, our citizens or subjects as subjects all the way through. Friends, it's time for the real ad break. Been on live now for 1 hour and 30 minutes. At this point, where usually I pivot over to actual gameplay, but with the CK3 update, we spent a little longer in the intro than usual. I'm fine with that. After the ad break, we will go ahead and do the Redactyl, and that'll be fun. That'll be fun for sure. Let's stream Sengoku. Is that one of the math games? What's this one again? It's a period of the Japanese Civil War. Is there a game for this? My ignorance of my own world. A deep, character-driven... Nope. Wait, maybe. It's from 2011. It's from Paradox. Hey, it's one of the Paradox games I don't know at all. I mean, looks very CK2-y in terms of UI here. Very... Oh, it actually is focused on Japan. Huh. Huh. I had no idea this game existed. my complete ignorance. Oh, it is is the base for CK2. Makes sense. Makes sense then. 8, 9 out of 10. 4.5. See, when the reviews go for people like Game Grin and Digitally Downloaded, I don't know what these are. I absolutely don't know what these are at all. And so I don't know who they're trying to impress with this. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Game Grin is a major website of that era. Good. Yeah, we could play potentially. There's no March of the Eagles. Let's go and look at the old games I don't really know. Back in the day, once long ago. None of those, thank you. There are 19 games. I don't know March of the Eagles at all. Focused on 1805 to 1820. Is that Napoleonic? It might be Napoleonic. Crusaders Kings Complete. Did any of you actually play CK1? I know CK2 got some like big attention. Darkest Hour, a Hearts of Iron game. EU3 Divine Wind. This is a DLC. Various DLCs here. Hearts of Iron 3, EU3, EU Rome, Hearts of Iron 2. There's no Hearts of Iron 1. Let's go look through these real quick. March of the Eagles. I mean, it's a Paradox game. That's France. That's how it goes. The reviews are mixed. Game judged harshly for what it isn't. Rulebook claims it's old school board game inspired. The gameplay is really just managing spreadsheets and organizing troops. Of course it is. Of course it is, though. What do you want? What do you want? All right, maybe someday we should have a old Paradox game week and see what I missed out on. Europe is in turmoil. All right, so that means that is a ridiculous nose. Goodness gracious. I mean, it looks obviously like CK2. You can understand like where the family comes from. Batman also has a ridiculous nose. Does everyone have a ridiculous nose? That is the question. I think they might. Or maybe that's what normal noses look like. And I want to see a side view of myself. No idea. Alright, CK1. I'm seeing a lot of mixed reviews. And I wonder if that's because people... Why is everybody's noses so big? Look at that. Either I'm Sir Bobarine the Great, or I'm in line with the community ethos. Yeah, I mean, the idea of mixed reviews on a game like this makes no sense to me, because obviously they're old. So what's the point of looking at a game from 2011 or even before and saying, it's not very good? Is Hearts of Iron what? Darkest Hour. We need to learn a lot of things with very bad graphics. Are we interested in learning games we'll never play again with very bad graphics? What? 1 second. What are these divisions? A team, I know many of you are non-Americans, so you say, okay, that's true, that's the US, no problem. Are these counties? No, there are definitely more counties in the States than this. I can't zoom in. I love when zooming in makes it smaller. I think if I right click and open the image in a new tab. What on earth are these divisions? They're very blurry. Counties at a time? So maybe in-game counties. But there's no way that Illinois had only 4 counties in whatever this is. Huh. See, now I need to play the game just to know what's going on there. I do not know. Maybe it's regions in general? States before gerrymandering. What do you mean? What do you mean? For a good laugh, look at Victoria 1. Alright, got it. I'm sure that many of them are absolutely insanity. Alright, team, we've learned about the CK3 update. I'm excited for it. Oh, no. Wait, that's fine. I thought I was saying that the Chapter 4 was gonna be $50, but you can buy it now for $15. But no, that's the base game right now. If you want to play the base game, you can do so. How much is Chapter 4? $43.99, and you get some free hats. Free hats for doing so. Speaking of free, this comic book is free. I wish to own you. Thank you. Boom, done. One less thing that's marked as owned by me. Excellent. Anything else that I don't own that's very easy to own? No, we got them all. Yeah, so $43.99 for a guaranteed expansion, event pack, DLC, outfit thing. These content creator packs I have not looked at all. I understand they make the world look more interesting, and they're made by people who are trying to make nice things and make money for making nice things, but I don't know. My wife is the completionist. The reason I want to own all DLC, etc., is so when people come in, they say like, hey, do you know about Wards and Wardens? Like, say, yeah, I do. I've played that, etc. So we'll see. I can ask for them. Paradox, among the devs I play regularly, Paradox have been the least consistent on responding to my emails. And so I don't know if I offended them at some points. I don't know if I'm a little bit too small as a streamer to give them what they want. Yeah, so I believe I've actually purchased all the DLCs for CK3, but one, I think. So I don't know. I don't know like how this relationship works. I know that I've emailed Paradox, like their creator channel, and have not heard anything in response. So maybe I screwed this thing up. I mean, that's not an apology. So this is Anxious Guy Todd, right? Anxious Guy's gonna say, you know what? I'm sorry, Johan. I know I made that one Paradox video that said the game is very confusing. I'm sorry. They really like YouTube streams. They do like YouTube streams because they're persistent in a way that Twitch is not. Who knows? Not a fun topic to think about. Too confusing. Let's go ahead and do a quick little game, and then do a quick little, what's it called? A quick little redactyl, and then return to Hearts of Iron once more. It's true, Aubrey. It's true. Do we want to harm ourselves? This is the self-harm game, in which I'm just going to say I don't know what this movie is, and I'll never guess it. And you all can put your guesses in chat, and we'll feel bad about ourselves, our knowledge of movies. That seems fun. Is that the one where Leonardo DiCaprio's on an island? It's a man with a tie being dropped off on an island somewhere. Is this The Hunger Games? It's too old to be Shutter Island, though I think it's the case that DiCaprio does dress up that way on an island. You know what? This is Shutter Island, obviously, a film I've never seen. Never ever seen. It is not that. Are you a James Bond film? I see like cool man on cool motorboat, white guy in probably an Asian area. Are you Octo, etc.? That doesn't exist. Are you, Dr. No? Are you Goldfinger? Are you Dr. No? It is not a James Bond film. Holy moly! One loves the 1970s so much. The ridiculous car stunts they go through. I once bought my father a DVD of, like, all the greatest car crashes in 1970s movies. It was Steve McQueen over and over again making crazy jumps and like going on car chases and then a vehicle explode. So jumping over some like rice paddy excitement. Is this actually an Evel Knievel film? Is it the Great Escape is set in Germany, isn't it? Is this the first Rambo movie? We're going to wait, no Rambo? Where on earth do these people get their film ideas? Is it Saboteur? What's that? It's not that. This person's a person. I have no idea who she is. Because I'm thinking of Vietnam-related things, is this Jane Fonda? Maybe. What's the film, though? It's like white guy in Asia. Is this the MASH movie? I'm sure it's the MASH movie. It is not. Is this in fact Goldfinger? Whoa, 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 whoa. It's not. Is there a movie called The Man with the Golden Gun? Friends, is this The Man with the Golden Gun? Ah! Ah! Good. I got it. Is this a James Bond show? Man with the Golden Gun. Is a James Bond show? Huh. So when I saw the red of Dr. No, I thought that meant it's not in that series, right? Because there's some of these guessing games that, like, hey, you're close, that's the right series, yellow. I guess this game does not do so. I guess this game is, you got it right, you didn't get it right. So my mistake in abandoning James Bond here, I saw that and said, look, that's James Bond, obviously. Is this James Fonda? Am I right with that? Let's see. Definitely James Bond. Stardog said Golden Gun very early. Dogberry 2, Unnamed Comet. A ton of you said Man with a Golden Gun very, very, very early. Did you say it right here, some of you? Not James Fonda. All right, very good. Very good. James Bond, obviously, then, I don't know. You said in Giba, this is an iconic picture of him walking on the beach. Is it really? Okay. Check out it instantly. The Rock is famous. I mean, I don't know why, but somehow I've begun watching these, like, the top 10 most expensive trading cards pulled for the week over on YouTube. And this week, someone pulled a signed The Rock wrestling card that's gonna sell for $150,000. And then this week someone pulled a Caitlin Clark gold trading card that sells for $400,000. I find it delightful. Anyway, when you say The Rock, I think The Rock, and as usual, I watch the trading card openings so that I myself do not spend money and try to open them. But the idea of $400,000 for a sheet of cardboard with some glossiness on it is absolutely nutso. This is Christopher Lee, absolutely Christopher Lee in a younger role. I didn't mention that, though I did know it. 'Cause I saw the gun and said, oh, Goldfinger has gold things, but that's how it goes. Yeah, we know Christopher Lee. This is in the era in which he sang that delightful song, Choose Your Poison, from that film made by the fellow who made Rocky Horror. I played it on stream years and years ago, but yeah, there's a song in which Christopher Lee sings about various kinds of alcohol and makes lots and lots of puns on it, which I do enjoy quite a bit. Shock Treatment, not that one. The lady is Andrea Anders. Andrea Anders. Cool. What did Jane Fonda play in the 70s? We're learning together. Very different. She looks very, very different than what I thought she did. Huh. This is closer. This is closer what I was thinking of. Man, it's earlier than the 70s. You can see the connection there possibly. Delightful. We didn't get it today, but that's okay. Friends, it's time for the Redactyl. Oh, no one has mentioned the Christopher Lee film. It's not Dr. Horrible, but it's something like that. Let's see. Christopher Lee singing alcohol. Name Your Poison in a 1983 Australian film. The Return of Captain Invincible. The Return of Captain Invincible is the film. I will not be watching this on stream. It is now in Discord, or in chat though. If you want to spend 3 minutes and 15 seconds of your life watching Christopher Lee singing beautifully, we'll call it, in a bass voice that I wish I could emulate. The number of times I've tried to sing along with this, towards the end he goes incredibly deep and I just can't make it there. And every time I say, why was I poisoned with this voice? What terrible thing did I do in last life to have a voice that is relatively baritone-ish but can't quite hit the bass notes? It is very annoying. Clicking the link with glee. Do enjoy, do enjoy. Alright, we'll do something that does not require words, except ones that are typed. It's time to do the Redactyl team. You're allowed to put one word in chat every 30 seconds on YouTube or on Twitch. And guess what the true meaning of this Wikipedia page is. Any word you want to, we'll figure it out. There's a 3-word section as number 2. And that section has some italics early on. Here we go! Let's get it together, I believe in you. System! Guess twice initially, 13 systems. What first? 28 first. When we're done with the guessing, I would like to know why is system such a popular word? Why do you all like it as an early one? Because it almost never appears in the first paragraph. Word. There's one word. Language. There's none of those. Civil. None of those. Philosophy. Not today. How about history? 3 histories. Today, history defeats philosophy. Good job. Atom. There's one of those. In is a preposition, so we can't do that one. State. There's 6 of those. Battle. 0 of those. I should make a bot command that responds to prepositions by explaining what prepositions are when it comes to this game. Because you can't use articles, prepositions, or conjugations of the word is, unfortunately. Mongolia, one of those. State, we did already. Space, no space today. Power, 2 powers. The silkworm, 0 of those. How about a city? 3 cities. We did history a moment ago. Species, none of those. Time, 43 times. Good job, Black Point. Metal, if only about heavy metal. There are 9 metals though. We'll see. How about a piece? No pieces at all. How about a pigeon? Not today, carcinogen. That's a carcinogen. Over on Discord, I saw you play something for the first time. What was it? No. You're returning to the game called RuneScape. Over on Discord, if you don't have a certain setting turned off, your friends get notifications of what games you're playing. I hope you're enjoying your RuneScape, my friend. Religion. A little unfocused today, sorry. No religion. Discovered. Or discovered, there's 6 of those. How about molecular? There's 0 moleculars. How about weight? 20 weights. A blank is a weight blank from a blank blank. Something important in the word weight there. Good job, Shadow. Design. There's 4 designs. How about nuclear? There's none of those. Known. There's 6 of those. System we did before. Period. There's 99 periods. Got 99 problems, and having periods is not one. Year, 7 years. Gravity, 62 gravity. Shadow. Weight and gravity, both big guesses. Shadow. Occasionally you get some big guesses right in a row. I'm not sure. May have to have a little timeout here in the future, we'll see. Rotates, 3 of those. Fruits, none of those. Representative, none of those. How about clock? 101 clocks. Well done. How about units? There's 10 units today. Fruits. No fruits, unfortunately. I did a bit ago, possibly. Measure. 41 measures. Balance. 2 of those. Pendulum. 433 of those. Hey, Black Point got it first. Pendulum. Immediately Possible got it. Gary got it. Everyone thinks it's pendulum. Good job, so many of you. Well done. Alright, we're going to move ourselves over to non-slow mode. We're going to learn about pendulums. We had a grandfather clock when I was but a boy. I loved sitting and watching the pendulum swing back and forth back and forth over and over again. A pendulum is a weight suspended from a pivot so it can swing freely. When a pendulum is displaced sideways from its resting equilibrium position, it's subject to a restoring force due to gravity that will accelerate it back towards equilibrium position. When released, the restoring force acting on a pendulum's mass causes it to oscillate about the equilibrium position, swinging back and forth. The time for one complete cycle, a left swing and a right swing, is called the period. The period depends on the length of a pendulum and also to a slight degree on the amplitude, namely the width of the pendulum swing. Am I right in remembering that the amplitude of a pendulum swing is dependent on how high one starts on one side? I think I remember seeing some like physics experiment thing, not in person but online, in which a teacher takes a bowling ball that's suspended from a ceiling and has a student stand across the room and then raises the pendulum to a point just under the teacher's nose and then releases it, and it looks like the bowling ball will strike the child in the face, but no, it swings to just under their nose. I wonder if that's still done in this era of greater litigation. Neil deGrasse Tyson did that. There is one on YouTube. Also good seeing you. Very cool. Very cool. Maybe we should go ahead and get ourselves a bowling ball and try this on stream and see if I hit myself in the face, because that would be good content for sure. You heard her making a new TV series called The Pendulum. It's a period drama. Very good, very good, very good. All right, we know about pendulums. Clock was invented by Christian Huygens in 1656. It's the world standard timekeeper. It's able to use the periodicity of the pendulum moving back and forth to determine something. I've mixed two demonstrations together. Oh, have I really? One second. Bowling ball pendulum. Fail? No, not fail. All right. Hello to you, Professor Matt. What's your name? Physics with Matt Anderson. I'll begin by saying, Matt Anderson, I'm also a professor. I'm also a teacher. Wouldn't it be nice to share knowledge together? Wouldn't it be genuinely terrible if you were to copyright strike my video? Because all I'm trying to do here is share knowledge, and your knowledge is part of that too. All right, here we go, team. Here we go.
Okay, so here's our pendulum.
I need a child. Bring me a child.
Good. So is that a longer period than the pendulum that we had before? Yeah.
Yes, longer period.
The period is much bigger.
Much bigger.
Because L is much bigger. Now, what
L
we
is
just
length.
said was, if this thing starts at height h, it's going to swing to height h on the other side. It's going to.
Quick question. Will it actually swing to height h on the other side? Because won't there be a reduction in insert word here because of gravity? Because there's not an absolute conservation of energy, right? There's something. So there will be a slight loss. All right, the professor has lied to us. Professor Matt Anderson, where did you get your degree from? Sounds like pure shenanigans in an ideal system. Well, I want to suggest the bowling ball is a sphere, but the sheep are not. Reduction of air resistance is minimal, but at some, he said the same height h. What a liar. Noms claims that philosophers do this all the time. We pretend like we understand every other field. We understand basically nothing. Bravo Gaming! Thank you for the resubscription for this man who is probably going to get copyright stricken here. It's Physics 101. So this is the part where I'm attempting to prove to myself that I have knowledge of fields outside of philosophy. And so, take that, teacher! Ha ha! Mostly the same. Whoa. I've been told the sciences are an exact field in which the things they say are true, unlike the humanities where things are just made up. And so if these math guys are going to claim that they're, that they're absolutely true and the things they claim are mathematically complete, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Swing back to height H on this side, right? So, if I don't move.
He's doing it to himself, okay. See, unfortunately, it's difficult for me in my classes to do anything that puts me in danger. See, physics class is so darn engaging, right? If I was able to say to my students, look, students, I'm now going to potentially hurt myself, they would be so happy. So happy.
We should probably check the calculator.
Oh, jokes. I can't do that.
They not even say that. H equals H, yeah?
Now he's going to do it again. What a waste of class time. What an absolute waste of class time that guy has. One more time. He didn't put it close to his face that time.
I think volunteer.
Okay, no. Okay, look. You can make the joke once. We go he. The second time you make the joke, though, at least I as a student say, look, you've made your point. Come on.
Maybe volunteer would be good for this.
Any cool student, I guarantee the volunteer is going to be some big guy. So like, yeah, I'm confident, man. Also, I want to point out that these students are like my students. Though they are learning formulas here, this is a serious business science class. They are not taking notes. This is my biggest problem with students today. I don't know when they were taught that they can literally memorize everything just by listening to it. This is probably a COVID thing. Before COVID, I did not have this. But now the students just don't take notes. Have you all noticed that also, those of you who work in schools? No one wants to do it. I saw a hand go up right here. A large guy. One note they take right now, they should be taking the notes on the equation he's mentioned repeatedly. H equals something, right? My sense is like he is given a formula that will be of use in the future. That's my sense.
Jenny, you're high. Come on up.
Okay, so this is an interesting moment. And this is something that we're not told generally, but I have been informed happens regularly, which is a student suggests I will do it. Hand goes up. Boom, hand goes up. So either Brother Man didn't do it, or he's about to make a major mistake that I look out for myself, which is...
Jenny, you're high. Come on up.
He calls on an attractive woman. Male professors need to be professors in general, but male professors who are heterosexual have to be very, very, very careful not to give undue attention or undue acceptance or inclusion or scores to attractive female students. It's something we do implicitly, accidentally. Someone raised his hand. Do I think she's attractive? That's an inappropriate question. Inappropriate question for this, but still.
Oh, good. You're nice and tall, so it'll be moving really fast. All right, so stand here.
I would never do this. I would never, ever. Okay, Professor Matt Anderson, if you want to copyright strike my video, I now fully understand why you are doing so. But as Jan Resorti fellow professor, this is like someone critiquing, my philosophy videos or critiquing my gameplay. Never. Never.
Okay, back up a little bit more. Right there. Now, try not to move.
All right, so that's the experiment or demonstration, whatever. What fun! What fun to do it. Would have been even funnier if she dove out of the way. But no, she did the thing that the professor wanted. That's how it goes. There we go. Physics with Matt Anderson. Thank you for giving me a demonstration of the experiment, as well as some really creepy teaching. Don't do that. Oh, goodness. As an instructor, would never get close to your female students. I mean, frankly, I wouldn't get that close to any students. But yeah, I was told very early on in my professoring that one should not close one's office door if you're in with another person, especially the female students if you're heterosexual, with any student, because once the door is closed, it's your word versus their word, and it's very, very hard to defend yourself. And I hate that. I absolutely hate that, because when I was a student, I went to professors for private advice, right? And they closed the door and we'd sit and talk. But now it's too dangerous in our world today. It makes me very, very sad indeed. What was the comments like? What are the comments like? Sure. Let's look and see. Don't read YouTube comments on stream. It's fine. This is me being a reaction streamer. Awesome. Thanks, Dr. Matt, for putting your students at risk for the sake of science. From 3 years ago. Thank you. Cheers, Dr. A. Oh, there you go. If you want to go follow him and tell him the awful thing I've done, it's Yo Prof Matt. There you go. Your high school art teacher would walk behind sitting students and squeeze their shoulder to accompany the quality of collarbones. I'm sorry. I started reading that and thought they were going to say, oh, they squeeze their shoulders while complimenting the student's artwork. the structure of their collarbones instead. Oh, yeah, it just strikes me as really creepy. And obviously there have been modifications to cultural understandings of what's appropriate body contact between teachers and students and people in general. But yeah, the only time that I will touch students directly is if they approach me for a handshake or a dap. All over that. And then after a student is no longer my student, if they say to me, may I give you a hug, I will go for that. Usually at graduation this happens, which is fine. You know, they want to say goodbye, I say thank you, but no, I would never. Okay. This topic is overdone now. I've done enough, but should we watch more physics videos? Maybe reaction guide to various physics videos, and teaching in general is a good way to go. Some people react to television shows, some people react to, critical commentaries. I react to teaching videos. All right, I want to do the word of the day as always, and then we'll play our game, I promise. Multifarious! Multifarious! Do you know the video? Do you, want to choose this one? Multifarious, there you go. Something described as multifarious is a great diversity or variety, or is made up of many and various kinds of things. Multifarious is a formal word and a synonym of diverse. Diverse, multifarious. I don't think I've ever used this word in my writing. Yeah, I think I always simplified diverse. I cannot imagine using this word in speech. Except when I was trying to be mock pretentious. I don't know. You know multi, you know nefarious. That's pretty close. What's my reaction to the Silo series? I don't know what that is, Abernathy. Not sure. Alright. Over the course of his multifarious career, Metheny has led numerous bands, more than a few of whose members later became band leaders in their own right. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a context where this word would be preferable than diverse. It does say a formal word. Like, obviously, I've read it. I have no idea. Before the late 16th century appearance of multifarious, English speakers used another word similar in form and meaning. Multifari, meaning in many ways. It appeared and disappeared in the 15th century. Before either of the English words existed, there was the medieval Latin multifarius, from the Latin adverb multifarium, meaning in many places. Oh, interesting, from places to ways. A multi, as you may know, means many, and is used to form, well, multifarious English words, from multicultural to multimillion. The word omnifarious, of all varieties, forms, or kind, is a relative of multifarious, and is created with the omni, all, rather than multi. Welp, there you go. An etymology that teaches you, here's multi and here's some old word, let's jam them together. Very good, very good. Name that synonym. Rearrange the letters from a word that can mean many, or marked by diversity or variety, and comprehending or uniting various features. Friends, what is the secondary word of the day? It is... I actually don't see it immediately. I'm sure someone's gotten it already. I'll look at chat in about 5 seconds, but... I want to lead with the M, but I'm not sure. Flammidage, oh, Manifold. Of course, Manifold. Good job, Manifold. Good job, Manifold. All very good. Also, Manifold's a part of a car. I don't know why I learned the word manifold in English class. Like, no, it's part of a car. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's how it goes. Oh, where is it? Where's the car part? Isn't it a car part? Oh, it's also a topological space. There you go. Math friends? I'm pretty sure it's a car part. Let's see. Let's see. Manifold car. Yes, the exhaust manifold. Look at her go. It connects many pieces and parts together and sends them onto, I don't know, the outside world maybe. The manifold. Hooray! We did the reactable before the word of the day. We did. I forgot, unfortunately, to do the word of the day today. That's how it goes. Hello, Kaner. Philosophy and linguist student here. Languages grow with time by smashing sounds and terms together. It's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I'm just interested in the etymologist's attempt to more fully understand when the changes happen and why the changes happen. Because there's one source or one sort of response says, hey, it's just contingent. Weird stuff happens at the end. But usually there's a reason for the weird stuff happening, not just pure randomness. But of course, etymology's hard, especially in periods where we didn't write down everything. But Kaner, good seeing you. Hopefully your philosophy and linguistics studies are going well. If you don't mind telling me, what's your favorite part of these fields? For me, it was pragmatics in both cases when I was an undergrad. There you go, team. One of these days, I'll know all the parts of an engine and its outflows, and then my father will finally be proud of me. There you go. Friends, time to move over to this game. I swear it's been loaded already. Where are you? There you are. I think today we'll finish this playthrough. We have a hard question to decide in a little bit, which is, do we stay in the Second World War? Especially when my goal for this playthrough was to protect Southeast Asia. And as you'll see in a moment here, Southeast Asia is doing just fine. There's a slight possibility the Soviets drop out of the World War. They're up to like 91, 92% readiness to capitulate. And yeah, I don't know what will happen here. But I think, the US really should get involved at some point. They still have not done so. All right, late game independent India. That is today. Done. We changed directories. Very good. Okay, so here we are. That name there is not Dominion of India. The name there is not Puppet India. The name there is just India. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Our flag has changed. I decided to give Gandhi the first prime ministership. There's an election coming soon. We had the opportunity to say we don't believe in elections during a wartime, but no, we chose to be elective. If Nehru is put into power or anyone else in the government, that is just fine. But yeah, we're in the late Gandhi line. There is an achievement we cannot do now in which you choose the anti-Gandhi movement and then go nuke someone. There is one hidden achievement in the game that I do not know at all. I wouldn't be surprised if it's as Gandhi began nuking people. Ha ha ha. Civ 3, Civ 4. But no, we're down here. We have incorporated what would be Pakistan into our nation. We've given the Muslims a seat to guarantee that they do have representation in the government. And we are now a fully secularized state. So religion matters culturally speaking, but it should not matter for the government. We'll see. With this button, we became free, and I haven't really unpaused since our freedom. Down here, we can decide what we're going to do. Right now, we are just building up the state, so India becomes more powerful on the world stage, and our troops finally stop taking major losses in experience. Maybe we'll have a level 3 or level 4 unit finally. Civ 1 is the one that had the aggressive Gandhi. Thank you, Novercho. So Gandhi is super friendly, overrunning the high energy value, and then becoming super aggressive. I see. Programming error in Civ 1. God, Civ 1 is it. I know the meme, but not the origin, as usual, as it goes. Alright. So, we got stuff to decide as time goes by, and we'll get there soon enough. For right now, though, we're making India a real state. Yeah. The big accomplishment yesterday was... yeah, we threw the Japanese out of China. There is now a border between China, Communist China, and the USSR, and none of them are allies, I'm fairly sure, but all of them are against the Japanese. And so they're working together, though, in a way that is perhaps not as friendly as could be. I'm surprised we haven't gotten any pop-up about "Yay, China, you are now free." But we in fact have not, and so I'm not sure how it's going, even a little bit. With that said, yeah, the USSR survives still, and I believe they're going to completely survive, because, as you will see, they've taken Korea. Earlier, Japan made an incursion from Korea into Vladivostok, which knocked the Soviet Union on its back foot, definitely, because they were only defending the Western Front. They moved a bunch of troops to the Eastern Front, retook their capital, and are now redeploying their troops to the German line again. The German line has been roughly stuck here for quite a long time, though we are now seeing substantial improvement in the German position. The comment I've made a few times is it's possible the Soviets are pushing for Stalingrad, while the Germans are rushing in the north to just take territory. So I am curious what's going to happen here. Last time we looked, the Russians were within 4 points, or within 8 points of dropping out. Where are they now? They're at 91, so 9 points to drop out. They've lost 13 million people. We have... Are we actually not in the war now? Or because we become India, do the losses under our prior government not count? Where are we? Where's our little flag? Wait, no, but really, where's my little flag? There we go, we're faction-free. We do maintain our losses from the earlier portion, in which we have 704,000 dead Indians, unfortunately, but they sacrificed themselves to hold Southeast Asia, and that's been very good for us. Yeah, the numbers in this game are absolutely lopsided. Though having half as many troops on the field as the Allies do, the Axis also have half as many losses. And I don't know if that's because of better technology. I don't know if it's because of the big buff to Germany in the penultimate release of DLCs or what exactly. But yeah, the Germans are doing very effectively this playthrough. With 36% of the war score overall. Then the Italians. Right, the Italian Civil War on. So our friend Mussolini was thrown out of power, leading to a civil war in which he was then given control of the largest faction. So we'll see, does Mussolini retake Rome, throwing out the Regno del Sud, the various powers in the south working together? Who knows? The Americans hold Sicily here. The Italians still hold Ireland. It's just a bunch of mess. The UK has called out twice that they might be preparing to attack Scandinavia, or they might be preparing to attack Northern Europe they've mentioned. So we'll see how that goes. The Americans are in the war, but I've yet to see substantial presence for them in Northern Europe. They did lead an invasion of the south of Vichy France and failed in doing so. They've done some island hopping, but we've not seen the giant American invasion even a little bit. We're opening Copenhagen. That's here, right? That's here, right? Oh, Denmark, sorry. Denmark, Copenhagen. Is that Copenhagen? Same thing, maybe? What happened there? It's Italy, good God. So what happened there is the Kingdom of Denmark broke off. The Kingdom of Denmark said, we're not going to be controlled by the Germans at all. And so the Italians apparently showed up here to push them back in line. Likewise, the Kingdom of Norway is trying to spin back out. Is it a kingdom, actually? It's Democratic Norway trying to spin back out, but so far has failed in doing so. I'm not sure where I should help, if I should help. But we're down here, and we're very proud of ourselves for doing this. Unfortunately, the Japanese liberated Siam. Wait. This was not Siam previously. So the Japanese must have given this territory, Sumatra, to the Siamese. Or I just missed that they were holding it the whole time. Anyway, we're working on taking this back again. Have I given the offensive line all the way south? I appear not to have done so. They're currently lining up. Alright, I would like you all to just take all of this. And as I said earlier, I'd like them to hopefully hold this territory in the future. Anything that's called India, we must protect these days. So, let the game start now. Let's see what happens. I'm sure my general can win, so I'll give him the please attack as you want to, and that'll be grand. Where are my other armies? So, the People's Contribution is hanging out in eastern China as they push up this way. Communist China is still doing their USSR flag thing. I do not know what their next goal is. Will they attempt to attack China proper? If so, do I want to keep largely unaligned China proper running the place? I just don't know. So I think for now, I'm going to take my yellow army here and have it move to... the closest point for the German invasion is the west side. And so we need to fully militarize the west side there, and then possibly the north also. Afghanistan made some weird gestures earlier towards our north, so I'm not sure what they're going to do. But yellow line, you will go and stand up here, along this way, whoops, front line rather, along this way right here, drawing from, you cannot draw a front line here. Oh, because I already drew one there. No, wrong country, get rid of it. I want you to line up against our friends in Iran. Good. So from here to here. You can't draw a front line here. There we go. Finally got it drawn correctly. I was back too far. And then we drive the rest of the way up. Alright, they're marching. They'll defend that. Should be good. Alright, yesterday, as we became independent, we had a lot of diplomacy happening, and it's continuing. So the Philippines won a non-aggression pact. The leader of the Philippines looks so sickly. Who is that? Your name is Manuel Luis Quezon. Is this a historical figure? And did he die of some sort of wasting disease? I don't mean to speak ill of him. I'm sure he's a lovely man, but he looks very, very ashen indeed. Looks like currently the Philippines hold only this territory. Non-aggression seems fine, though. We are playing as Gandhi. Friendly Norway's non-aggression, fine. Our old friends in the Commonwealth, there we go. Yeah, I'll be accepting all of them. Brazil has been the absolute warlord of the playthrough all the way. Friendly Denmark, sure. Yeah, again, we're playing Gandhi, so I'm okay with playing non-aggression. Does anyone know what Gandhi's actual attitude towards the Second World War was? Because I know he believes deeply in non-violence when it comes to internal Indian politics, but I don't know his belief about international politics? Is he someone who pushes for non-aggression while accepting that at the same time there will be aggression? Or what exactly? Alright, he wants to nuke everyone. That's not true. That's definitely not true. Not even a little bit. Alright. Got decisions here. Right, if we want to, we can stop giving China support. You're to world leaders promoting peace. No great surprise, including Hitler. I remember that. Yeah, didn't he write a letter to Hitler in which he refers to Hitler as his brother, possibly? Like, it's the attempt to insist on humanity against this monstrous individual. I think there was some element of letter to Hitler that really, really surprised me. And it kind of humanized both Gandhi and Hitler to me, which I realize is a topic I don't want to discuss, but yeah, something like that. I don't exactly recall. Alright, Manik Shah wants a tactic preference. I think we gave him, what are you? Infantry attacker, good planning, good defense. Well, he's going to the west side right now. His attack is better than his defense, but I think I'd like you to do some defending stuff. I just want to hold the front, ideally. Okay. Oh, right. Yesterday we finished researching flame tanks. You know. Yeah, we added flame tanks to our Oops All Artillery setup. These are support flame tanks as opposed to aggressive ones. When do you conquer the UK? So there is an achievement for this, right? There's an achievement to go and attack the UK while Churchill is the Prime Minister, I believe. And so for the sake of an achievement, we could definitely do that. However, for the sake of the playthrough, I'm not sure I should do that. We'll see. Cambodia does not like our occupation. I mean, I get that. We should probably release them. But for the moment, what is your current political situation there? A lot of people are very, very unhappy, unfortunately, with being made to be part of the nation. Got us in propagandists these places. I thought we had some way of ending the princely states. Did I skip over it? Or maybe it belonged to a different line. Huh. I'm nearly sure there was a we don't believe in princely states anymore. This one? No. Alright, let's see if we can find it. There's one of one. The princely states policy. There it is. I skipped over this one. So in my attempt to get... it was completed, actually. So it unlocks independent rule and princely subjugation for princely states. So I didn't realize there's a new way of thinking about these. Independent rule burns 10%, but gradually makes them fall into compliance. Or we can lock them down. Alright. Princely subjugation gives -40, they become less compliant, and we got some more troops in. Alright, princes, I'm gonna give you independent rule, and I'm gonna give you, I don't know, 6 months to fix this, hopefully. We'll see. Hyderabad, independent rule for you all. I say independent, I mean sort of independent, so let's not get too crazy here. Kingdom of Siam. Number is going up, unfortunately. We send someone to Siam to discourage their rebelling. Madras, here's your independent rule. I realize that we told the story of independence. We told the story of we're all Indians here, but it seems like people aren't exactly agreeing with that. So I don't know, team. I don't know. Sweden wants a trade. The message that Sweden sends to absolutely everyone. Sweden requested trade their invaluable ball bearings, which would be a major resource for the war effort. The war effort against our scientific know-how and advancements. The Swedish government seems to seek ways to gain the upper hand in a potential conflict via the progress of science. Surely something we can help them with. So, we get ball bearings, they get better able to make tanks and various airplanes. Sweden gets a special event, which they can get a research bonus on a variety of things. Alright. Research is slower, but we can make our beloved fighters finally. In-ray fighters, though, I believe it's the case that we know almost nothing about airplanes. We've gone to heavies to possibly engage with our our good friend, the atomic bomb, but we have not done fighters yet. I think having fighters to defend the front makes sense. Alright, Argentina wants non-aggression. Argentina, what have you done in this war? I've kind of forgotten how South America broke itself up. So you're pretty fascisty, but you are in fact against the Germans. Alright. British Burma we accept. Iceland still exists, amazingly. Mandatory Palestine hanging out again. What a lovely tie you have, sir. So it looks like all of the alliance or ally powers want to be our friends. That's fine. Occupation will fix eventually. Lacking aluminum once more. So I'm guessing my trade may have changed as I left the Empire. Right. We're no longer sending a portion of our construction to the Empire. That is grand. The Soviet Union's struggling to give us anything. The United States will give us things, though it is kind of awkward convoy time. We'll see if the awkward convoy can make it across the ocean right now. Maybe the Indian Navy has come on board. Enemy has air superiority in Malay there. Alright. Hello, team. So we don't really have an airport here, do we? No. Nearest airport's up this way. Siam. I give you some airplanes. I can. But yeah, I can't fly that far, unfortunately. I'll give them to this group, though, and see if they can do anything with it. Probably not, as they only have close air support. So a lot of people are going to die here, but that is the cost. Also a lack of supply as usual. So we have a railway issue. The railway's been captured previously. In 5 days it turns back on. Yeah, earlier these folks managed to push up and take over Bangkok. So they're going back online again. Where's the supply depot? There's a supply depot right here at a naval base. But it's not attached to anything. No supply connection to the capital. So I guess building a railroad here might help a little bit. Alright, bring me... Oh gosh. We have a lot going on here. A lot of roads. Right, we're attempting to build up infrastructure inside of the homeland. We get a moment of thinking that India is for the Indians. That should help in a little bit. Okay. The defensive army has 33 troops in it right now. I'm considering telling... One moment. Everyone wants to dock with me. Sure, everyone can resupply. As long as you come in peace. What's this one? The Sultanate of Muscat and Oman. Non-aggression. Which I can set up at any non-aggression request we go with. After all, we're Gandhi. We threw a bunch of items earlier on the world market. I want to check and see if there are more we can line up out there to help us build more quickly if people buy our junk. Thus far, I've refused to sell anything to the Soviets, just to see how this thing goes, if they're undersupplied, but who knows, who knows. Alright, to the markets. Got a bunch of old cars. Got a bunch of cannon hanging out also. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff listed, all listed for cheap. Many of these things I can't imagine anyone will ever buy, because they're really, really old school. But, what do we still have? We have convoys. There's a desperate desire for convoys throughout the world right now. And we also have just a bunch of guns. We picked up at various points, different lend-lease presumably, so we'll go and include them as well. Low price there. Yeah, someone will buy this stuff eventually. We've become an arms market. Is this in line with our Gandhian philosophy, or should we burn these things? Just not sure. There are things I would never let my own people use, so I'm not sure. Mark 1, well, who's this? These are like Iranian weapons, possibly. I have no idea how we got those. Strange. Friends, the first ad break of the day is coming. It is time for us to think seriously about pausing the game and doing a little bit of crossword puzzle. Or I'm considering just continuing doing this throughout the ad break. Team, I'm going to do something very boring during the ad break. Don't you worry, you will only miss me pushing these buttons over and over again. The game is paused, so you will miss nothing of note. These are actually the weapons we're using right now, I believe. Good. After the ad break, we'll return to, I don't know, building up the border, making more construction. There is an achievement, I believe, for having 500 factories. So maybe we'll go for that at some point here. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying yourself. We'll probably play this game throughout today's stream and maybe tomorrow's stream also. I don't know. 7,000 of those saved up. This is a mechanic I completely forgot about until we were basically independent. Throughout the game, once our economy was set up, we should have been selling excess equipment. And see, boring button pushing forbidden fruit behind an ad. That's right. You might consider subscribing so you can see the boring button pushing. Wouldn't that be fun? All of our allies who once upon a time flooded us with items so that we could go free. I love especially when the British gave us weapons we then used against the British. What's this anti-colonial line? Using the master's tools to tear down the house. That's what we're doing here. I got some German weapons. What's this kind of grenade called? I think it's a grenade. They're kind of like long grenades instead of the pineapple-esque grenades. I know I've used one of these in the various Wolfenstein games. I'm not sure. Short ad break today, only 2 ads. Yeah, I have it set up to do 3 minutes of ads once an hour, but it is the case that Twitch gets to decide what you get. Twitch says, what's the best serving for you? Oh boy. And we discussed previously, wouldn't it be great for a way to do this all at once? But there's just not. How many more are there? Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh boy. Okay. I'm going to throw in a few more things, and then we'll call it good. I suspect these newer ones are definitely worth using. But the really old school trucks, I don't know. Japanese people who want to buy back Japanese things. Ad break division planner, yes, that's what I should show. I should show the division planner only during ad breaks. It's a super secret for those of you who are into these things. That said, the comments I've gotten on my division planners this playthrough have either been, well, that's a division, I guess. Or, why on earth are you flooding the field with all of those, with all those infantry? And my entire comment is, because there are a lot of Indians, and if I put in enough of them, eventually we'll win. There's been almost no attempt this playthrough to convince me to change my division planner. And I wonder if that's because when you mark your stream as first play, people believe that you are salvageable. When you instead say like, oh, it's not my first play, then people instead assume that you know what you're doing. And so what's the point in encouraging difference? Maybe I should just list every single game I ever play as first play. Because in some sense, it's the first play of this particular playthrough. And that way I'm always learning. People say, wow, you're really good for beginner. You seem to know where the buttons are. I could then claim I watched hundreds of hours of YouTube videos before I started playing myself. Gotta read my textbooks first. Is that enough? Also, what flag is this? What a cool looking flag that is. Bright red color in the middle. Alright. I'm gonna do 3 more things and then we're done. 1, 2, 3. I maximize them. Potentially get almost 40,000 construction. Are we making those? I don't think we are. All right, sell them all. 60,000 if we sell all of them. We'll see what orders come in nigh quickly. Manpower is low at 27,000, or sorry, 270,000 rather. I will probably attempt to increase our conscription. Oh, that's it. Gandhi is opposed to conscription. He's opposed to any change at all, even to being a fully pacifist nation. Wait, why? I figured that Gandhi would be unhappy with increasing, but would be totally cool with disarming. Huh. It's any conscription law changes 33% more. Got it. Alright. South Africa wants 1 artillery. This is how we demilitarize ourselves, by getting rid of all of our weapons, selling them gradually. Southern assault's going well. Let's keep that up. Here we go. New Zealand wants to move troops through. So too does the Lebanese. So does South Africa. Getting all of our relationships set up. Okay, anything here I want to do? So now that we've gotten Gandhi in power, I'm not really sure how we want to spend our political power. Like, obviously we need to get stability up again. It's looking pretty bad. The remaining paramilitary organizations, I believe, are the people in the north, who are not exactly interested in being ruled by us. I believe that drops off after a while. But we gotta get our stability up above 50, ideally. So we can do that by improving the conditions for the workers, I think. Yeah, it gives 0.5 stability per week for 180 days. We make fewer things, but that's probably fine. If we recruit the Sikhs to join us in battle, we lose overall manpower, but there's no stability increase. So probably just need to find various focuses that increase stability. Lato Road, yeah, both of these are just stop helping the Chinese. Alright, more purchase requests. New Zealand wants to buy convoys, they're not sure they can get them. Australia the same, they're not sure. Want to buy convoys to move convoys. It's convoys all the way down. Add stabilizer. I do have good stabilizers on my tanks. Pat's not sure. How's the USSR holding up? Let's look again. They've been pushed back from Stalingrad in the south. This is the new outgrowth. It's not going to any cities, though. In the north, just keep on marching. Oh, boy. Docking right, sure. Portuguese non-aggression. Portugal does not exist. It's a government in exile. Spain managed to pull off the let's be Iberians fun. Alright. I'm leaning towards peace in our time. I'm really leaning towards let's leave the Second World War, militarize the borders, and just hang out. We'll see. This music is original for the game. Yes, every music you're hearing in the game right now, or today, is game music through and through. Portugal might be in Africa or South America. Oh, you're absolutely right. Portugal has colonial land they're holding on to. Yeah, down here. Good call, good call. We'll see what they do with that. Oh gosh, more pop-ups. Oh gosh. I feel like I'm a 1990s website with all these pop-ups. How many more can there be? Oh, this is something that gets interrupted in Casablanca? Oh, really? In which they sing, Le Marseille? That the one? Malaysia wants to buy convoys. Military police increase. I believe there's military police 4. Is that true? Yes. Just trying to get more and more suppression to keep the princes in line. Don't you worry, team. India will not break apart. We continue filling up the fleet and being. Next up, our battleships are stronger. India played 31 a Curry favor. OU. We're talking about Tim Curry, I would be happy. We're talking about something else, I'm sad. Intelligence agency. We've infiltrated the civilian administration of France. People got out. Good job. We know more about the French. What do we know now? Oh man. Petain's looking kind of old now. Good luck, brother. See how long he hangs in. So what do we know? What do we know? They have 36 civilian, 29 military, 6 dockyards. Fun. We don't know about their weapons. They have 2,000 trucks, 73 trains. Good. Were we to attack them, perhaps that'd be interesting to us. But right now, perhaps less so. How are these flame tanks going? We're in fact making flame tanks. We just recently started though. We have 4 factories going. It is trying to speed its way up. I want to give them more as possible. And again, these are support flame tanks for defending the border. Brazil wants convoys. Everyone wants the convoys. What's happening here? Convoy escorting. Herbert Fitzherbert. Dominion of India Reserve Fleet. Oh, this is me. I'm doing this. Wait, we're up to 9? I didn't realize we had 9 submarines. Wow. Wow. That's a terrible name. What should we call it instead? We had earlier, Rule India. India rules the waves. Very good. And at least we rule this little section right here. Armor-piercing bombs good to go. Preparing for strategic bomber, quote-unquote, defense. We beat the Axis. The Axis are doing their thing. Whatever it is, it's fine. Alright. Fighters for defense seems good. So we have the 1933 Red Baron airplane. We're going to go to the basic small airplane and build probably nothing until we get up to at least 44. 45 requires us to know things we don't have looked up yet. The axial jet engine. We need to build a special research location for that, I believe. We'll do that in a moment here, I suspect. Alright, what do we want to teach fighters? The light aircraft seems good. I'm going to add to my construction queue a special airplane facility. Where does it want to be? Cool. In the center of things. Put them in, I don't know if it actually matters where you put them. Except insofar as you might get bombed and destroyed. Not sure. Not sure. So, because manpower is going down, we're only making artillery to defend the border, and then Marines because Marines are fun. Brazil wants to give us close air support. No. No. China has joined the United Kingdom? Wait, China has joined the Allies? Wow! So no longer is China trying to beat back the Japanese. Again, we did that. But instead, China is ready to join the march against Hitler. That's great! Good job, China! I'll be curious to see where we get their, soldiers showing up. Because the AI gets real weird. So we may end up seeing them as part of the invasion of the Northwest. But team, what happened to the Americans? Like, really and sincerely, have you seen this before? Chiang Kai-shek proclaims the One China policy. Speaking for a group of supporters, Chiang Kai-shek today announced a major shift in his government. Previously, Chiang Kai-shek was willing to tolerate that some parts of China were legally independent. This is now over. So before we showed up, before we meddled in Chinese politics, there was an interesting agreement among the various Chinese states to work together against the Japanese. And then I showed up and beat up the Japanese, and now he's declaring that anyone who ignores orders from the Chinese government is a rebel and a traitor, will be dealt with accordingly. Is this a real threat or mere propaganda? Well, well, well. I should probably stay out of this. I've already done enough work over there. We'll see who wins big. Communist China is in the Chinese United Front. I suspect they will leave that. I suspect they will leave that and join the Soviet Union if it still exists. Not sure, not sure. Unread naval battle. Okay, so might be the case my submarines are not ready to hold off the Japanese front. The Japanese invasion instead. Exiled divisions. So we took over what? Okay, the UK itself. If I ask for military access, they'll give it to me, then we'll continue pushing. Yeah, this thing is breaking up into, like, British territory, the UK itself, etc. Will England give me Burma? I cannot imagine they would, after I broke off from them. We can check and see, though. I am fighting well. Can I not ask for it now that I'm not part of them directly? Yeah, I don't think I can ask for Burma. After we did all the good work of defending it. Oh boy. Endless naval battle. The Japanese are sinking the Chileans or Argentinians. I don't know which one that is. South America. Who are you? This is Argentina, correct? I think Argentina. Alright, who dat? Free France, I believe. I'd like to buy some more convoys. It's all anyone wants. Okay. So, how long do we have our next military building? Ooh, it's a long way away. Actually, we have none currently in queue. A little surprised on that. I'm guessing they all went to making... down here. I'm guessing they all went to making flame tanks, but it's still not enough, unfortunately. Okay, so I'm going to kick these to the top. But it's time for the question, my friends. Tryst with Destiny is completed, meaning the Indian economy has turned on in a big, big way. Also, the military has become more available, etc. But the big question, the question that perhaps matters the most for the rest of the playthrough here in 47. Number one, it's not clear why India should suffer due to the misplaced judgment of others and territorial aggression. We need to focus internally, not externally. So India has been exploited by the West for a very long time. Why are we part of their war when we didn't choose it, and those people in Europe and over in Japan haven't actually caused problems for us? Should we join out there? I'm not sure. Or pledge for the Allies. With fascism and communism rising on the world, India cannot stand alone. The United Kingdom might not have been our friend, but it's clear that others are our enemy. Team, it's time for a vote. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? The question is World War II for India. Number one, Gandhi equals disengage. Number two, freedom equals engage. Do we fully engage in World War II? If we don't, I'm going to go back to building civilian factories and just trying to make the world nice for my people. If we do join, I'll deploy the Indian army somewhere I do not know where. We'll begin trying to push back against Hitler somewhere. Which would you prefer? Which would you prefer? Nonviolence? Gandhi. Freedom? Maybe Gandhi? Nuke Tokyo. I don't want to nuke Tokyo. Nukes feel gross. We do have a nuke. It's defensive, though. It's defensive. If someone invades the subcontinent, we might use it. Past that, though, I'm not sure. The big choice, the big choice. Any interesting decisions? We're over 100 political power. I think increasing stability makes sense right now. Congratulations, workers! It's time for a holiday! Woo! Alright, 75% say Gandhi wants to fight. Very well, very well, very well. We can take pressure off the USSR here. I don't have a navy, so I can't invade the mainland. Probably here is the best place for us. Or directly in Italy. Unfortunately, it's too late for the rule of the South. Except for Sardinia. I can't help them. So yeah, I think the correct push is right here. We noticed the UK is getting behind the German lines. I do want to see the USSR fall, just to read whatever text they say about, like, Stalin's very disappointed. How could Trotsky have done? That'd be super interesting. But here we go, team. Here we go. You asked for fighting. We join the Allies fully if they let us in. And begin thinking about where to deploy the military after this. I may need more military. Hey, got a new mission of attacking and destroying a level 10 fort. Craziness. Craziness, craziness. No more trade there. Yeah, a lot of people are wanting to trade, and we're saying, if you can, but with no convoys, they're really struggling to do so. So the Western Defensive Force. I'll do this way. They have a strong opinion on the choice, so I'd rather risk the fascists winning than coming for us. My intended play, before you all said I want to see different, was to have India by itself, was to disengage from War II, build up the borders as much as we could, and make things nice in India. I was planning to do Gandhi believed in nonviolence, and so we could be a perhaps misguided example to the world that one does not need to choose to always fight. That was my intention, but I'm fine with the vote also. That's totally cool. Alright, we'll have our Western Defensive Force move to the frontier, such as it is. And I don't know where the front will be by the time we get there, but sure. Support the middle if you please. Oh, sorry. Assign them to the new front. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Cool. We then destroy the old front. I think I was told you like right-click on fronts to get rid of them. I'm not sure though. Alright. Are there no wrong or right choices here? OU! OU! That's pretty clever. Are we using the railroads? Use the railroads! Are they using the convoys instead? It's not clear that anyone controls the water here. Our submarines are trying to defend here and doing very, very, very poorly. Hey, we pushed out a new one though. Alright, connect it up. Chile wants weapons. Everyone wants convoys. Even the US wants convoys. Does that suggest that someone non-UK is holding convoy lines? If the Americans are not being able to hold, or not being able to have enough convoys, are they just not making enough, or what's going on? I have absolutely no idea how to read the naval chart, by the way. We just, like, look around for boats, I guess. Not sure. I could train myself before assigning them. That's not a bad idea, Centurion. You're absolutely right. I've not been doing much training at all. We do have so much fuel. I didn't train it all early because I was definitely worried about the lack of fuel. But now we're good. Okay, we have some planes in South Indochina. I believe that China said that Indochina will be theirs. Not sure if true. U-163 here are... Where's this? What's this place called? Southern Indochina. Which group? Oh, you can scroll down. Hey, that's a thing. Let's get training. Y'all training? Pre-selected. They're now training. Very good, very good, very good. Alright, who else needs training? Alright, very low level in Bombay. Y'all train also. Yeah, they're all such just close air support on the various armies, but we're good. Hey, Drek, how's it going? As long as fuel doesn't drop out, I think we're fine. Cool. Alright, who made it here? Hey, it's Americans! 2 American divisions! Man, if we can collapse into the back of the Germans, that's gonna be pretty funny. Australians convoy, sure. The United Kingdom announces the Balkan Diplomatic Initiative. The United Kingdom is not alone in seeing the threat rising in Central Europe. It's 1947, what are you talking about? With their status as an independent nation guaranteed by the now challenged Treaty of Versailles, with fascist powers and their aggressive rhetoric claiming right to territory, several states have seen the need to lead a pro-British policy. The United Kingdom has responded to the development by redoubling diplomatic efforts in the region. So the UK is trying to convince the Eastern powers here to rise up against Hitler. Also, wait, what's this? What's this? We don't know what this is, because we know nothing about the British anymore. But in June of 1947, we see a lot of invasions happening simultaneously. We have heavy tanks also. Upgraded heavy tank chassis, I believe. That's true. Improved heavy tank chassis. So do we take our old flame tanks and make them into bigger flame tanks? How much farther can we go on the heavy line? Oh, once again! Alright, what's this thing here? The super heavy tank chassis. Somebody's time for a super heavy flamethrower all the way. Is it finally D-Day? It might be. It might be happening. I need British intelligence, which I've lost before. Okay. Britain, is there like an intelligence agreement? Does sending attaché give information? I'm so curious. I'm being left out now. Alright, the Vauxhall Infantry Tank Division. Isn't Vauxhall a British car company? I think so. Better defense or better defense. or more speed. I like speed. Give me speed on my little tanks. Upgrade on that then. Little flame tanks become even better. Okay. Where are my troops? Where is the Yellow Squad? So having leveled up... Oh, the Suez Canal exists again. It was destroyed earlier. Are you walking past the Suez Canal, really? Alright, team. We've pledged for the Allies. Do you have to make an actual decision to go talk to the British? No, I think it happens automatically. We've pledged for the Allies. Next up, we begin writing the Indian Constitution. We, the people of India, solemnly resolve to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all of its citizens justice, liberty, equality, and to promote among them all fraternity in our constituent assembly this day. Is this the actual preamble of the Constitution of India? I'm surprised by the inclusion of socialist here, because I have not chosen anything socialisty this playthrough. And so, I mean, I have like a welfare state, I guess. But given the behavior of certain recent leaders of India, I'd be surprised if this word is still there. Right, in the same way that until, the 1990s, the Labour Party of Britain had as one of their, core goals the abolition of private property. And they got rid of that in the 90s real quick under Blair, I believe. The Labour Party, of course, hadn't been trying to go for the abolition of private property for quite a long time, but I don't know. Anyway, sure. More democracy, more good, and more stability, more good. I wish I knew exactly when the next election is. There it is, 1951. team, I've tried to do the thing that you asked me to do. The United Kingdom denies our request to join the Allies. Are they angry with me because I broke off? We will have to make do without them. They call themselves Defenders of Liberty? What? So I think what that means is we are still in the war, but we're still on our own. Yeah, we're non-faction down here. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So, well, yeah, we are at war with all the factions, so we can like separately peace, can't we? Can I go for a separate peace? Let me out of this thing. I don't care about you all anymore. Or do I still fight proudly? Because you all voted, and I want to support you in the things that you want to have happen. Peace in our time? I can't go back, unfortunately, and choose the peace in our time one. Oh, goodness. India wishes for white peace. We could have gotten out of it, team. But you said no, join the Allies. And the Allies said no. And now I say, well, that's too bad. Okay, as before, team, this is an actual place. I just don't know how to get to it. So if I lay an offensive line here and say, so there's no, how do I take this place over? It's really, really tricky. Right click and drag. Oh, is that? All right. Little islands will be the death of me. Let's try again. I'd like you to offensive. It's right click and drag. That's not it. So they're attacking us. We appreciate that. I have no idea. I have no idea if we can actually get through here. Okay, what if I just right-click it? There we go, we found our way through. Hey, we have the German Reich cipher decrypted. That took a very, very long time to do. I think 2,000 days. There's some achievement for decrypting 5, I believe. So that'd be pretty cool. Wait, have we lost the cipher? Oh, I'm not sure. Okay. So Japan's being re-decrypted, I guess. But I do want a 5th one to get the achievement for having such. So cryptology. Who needs deciphering? I'm worried about China now. So we'll decrypt China next. A little over a year there. Speaking of friends, the Soviet Union wants to buy a ton, well, one of many, many things. I'm sorry, Soviet Union, you're trade embargoed currently. Central India is cranky with me. Can Gandhi still be sent out for non-violence? He can. He can. Great. So because China is demanding one China policy, should I stop helping them? I don't know. Like, trying to think from the perspective of Gandhi, defensive wars are okay. Offensive wars, less so. I guess for the moment, China has just said, let's all be loyal. They've not said, let's actually factually attack. So, we're gonna let China help us still, or we help China still, and see what comes past that. Why is Tommy Lee Jones a general? You mean this guy? Which one is most Tommy Lee Jones to you? I don't know enough about movies to identify him other than in Men in Black, which of course is the greatest of all films. They say, here comes the Men in Black. Yeah, flame tanks. Okay, 22 days to finish these. Is there a way to raise the cap here? To have more than 15 factories in any line? Be really nice if so. but I genuinely do not know. Yo, yo, yo. Gotta go. Sorry. Also, is my, the air facility is leveling up or being created now. Okay, so did y'all finish down here? Have you fully taken the territory? You have. Excellent. So this belongs to the UK. I can't ask for it, unfortunately. So I've helped liberate Allied territory. I'm going to let the Allies deal with their own territory. Here we have the Dutch East Indies, working their way into Siam or perhaps the other direction. If Siam wants to do Siamese things, more power to them. I'm going to extend my defensive army's territory to include Bangkok and the ports here. Saigon. Insert your own favorite bit of Madame Butterfly, right? Madame Butterfly, that area. Here in... This is a ridiculous story. I don't know if I should even tell it. Of course, I teach in Japan. We had an adjunct recently, so a lower level professor who works part-time for us, who teaches like chorus and choral music, decided to have a choir full of East Asian students sing in class various songs from Miss Saigon, which is a story has a whole bunch to do with the oppression of East Asian women. And they found it very, very, very demeaning, and they didn't like it even a little bit, and I definitely get that. I wish I could have fronts that went across multiple countries. Part of the story, of course, you just can't do so. So, who are we going to go up against? I mean, I guess the line just becomes against... Oh, incidentally, the professor was dismissed over that. That's the end of that story. Why can't I build the line against China? Should be able to, shouldn't I? Huh. What's this line mean? I don't know. I guess this team could just join the defensive India team. Or, I guess we'll set up along Afghanistan. We don't trust not even a little bit. Are these impassable mountains? Okay. So, we can't build over the impassable mountains. I understand. Alright. Can build here. Hello? Extend, please. Thank you. Extend, please. Thank you. You can't. Alright, we're militarizing Xinjiang. Why? I don't know. Seems like China might cause problems up there. Our forces moving once more. Defensive India squad needs more troops. They'll get more troops when the flame tanks are going. So there's no way I can ask for white peace now, is there? Or friends, is there like, let's go to war conference? Expand the Kriegsmarine Werft! Hitler wants to have additional boats. Conditionally surrender this country. No. Maybe in the war page? How does one leave wars? Like, I'm in my own faction, so shouldn't I be able to say, this faction's outie, thanks? Now, where's the war conference buttons what I need? Oh. What if I ask very, very nicely? Dear Mr. Hitler, may we please come to an understanding? No, there's just nothing here about ending the war. The Indian Constitution is being written, and so stability is gradually going up. Next up is India Indivisible. If this happens, then we can core Indian, Pakistani, and Bangladeshi states. Hopefully they understand they belong to us forever. Our territory is filled with conflict. Work together to make India whole. We don't mind being cored. That said, we have much stronger military than any of our subordinate states, so this will presumably go in the direction you expect. I think the trouble with India is very early game. You have a very, very, very poor economy, and so as the game moves along, get the economy up and going, and then you build a military, and then you're in good position until the end of the game. All right, last airplane choice, and I already made that choice. Why am I here? 100 points. Oh, you can go back, down both lines. I apologize. It's not a forced choice on some of these. That said, with 100 air experience, I can actually make a plane. So, we should do this. Alright, the close air support folks have leveled up again. Let's have them learn about air defense overall. And now we can make an airplane. So, what kind of airplane should I make? We have close air support. I really want fighters. However, having defensive bombers so-called, what's a good name to call the bomber? Oh, I forgot, team. Going to Big Resorty for a moment. I brought you some show and tell. Are you ready? So, I should have been doing this throughout the entire playthrough. Like, from moment one, as we loaded the game and said, let's do the India playthrough, I should have made all focused decisions for the entire playthrough by saying, let me consult my advisor. What do you think, Finger Puppet Gandhi? Well, I forgot that I have finger puppet philosophers up on the side of my refrigerator, and I have Finger Puppet Gandhi, who could have taken part in this playthrough. Poor Finger Puppet Gandhi. Gandhi, that's even better, thank you. Alright, no more of that. Gotta have the bit as always. You're gonna be the force of democracy, right? We're building democracy now. The force of democracy. What's your main weapon? You are the big bomber of democracy. Your weight is 26, your thrust is 32. You can do it! More Bombays. Oh, that's it. That's the joke I made yesterday. Sorry, I had to change the name, of course, to Bombays Bomb Bay. Bombay's Bomb Bays. Even better. Alright. Do a bigger engine. 6 engines! Thrust of 41, weight of 32. We got it, we got it. Some bomb sites. Some radios. It's cheap enough now. Its weight is too high compared to thrust now. Is it? Wait, 41 thrust for 34 weight. Shouldn't that be good? I don't know. Wait, we didn't change the engines, did we? 6 engines level 1. Huh. I don't know how... Oh, I'm guessing this is once you put the, once you put the actual bombs on it, weighs too much. Alright, how much can you actually carry? Uh-oh. 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 There we go. You carry 1 Bombay, that's all. You have to select a mission. Ah. So plus 8 weight. I see. And Port Strike, plus 8 weight. I understand. So it needs to be at, here we go, 43, 33 or lower. Oh boy, we need better engines, obviously. Maybe we hold off on this until we've actually researched better engines. Seems reasonable for sure. Grobzilla, thank you for the bit. Anytime I do a good bit, I get 1 bit from Grobzilla, showing my bits were worth doing. I thank you, Fred. Alright, so who's not really doing much? Amazingly, our little bit of Oman here has never actually been attacked. I thought it'd be attacked very early in the war by India, but the UK pushed back, not India, we are India, sorry, but Italy. The UK pushed back Italy and Ethiopia and let Ethiopia go free. Oh, surprisingly, the coalition anti-fascists managed to take Rome again. I thought they lost it before. Huh. Italy is still holding Ireland. Norway's been pushed out of the north. They've gotten down to just the south here. I suspect they pushed back to the sea. Denmark is Italian, or half it is. Have our troops reached the front yet? Why are you here? Wait. I told you, I think. There's someone they can't pass through, possibly. Can you not go through Mantar, Palestine? May it please pass through? Thank you. And then British Rock. May it please pass through? I could just ask to walk through Iran. That would help so much. But instead we went this way. Why did I not just ask for access? Oh, I should have planned that for sure. The word bits, or bits in French is genitals. So when I say I'm showing a bit, it means I'm showing my genitals. Well, that's no good. Noville land route. Who's still in the way? Syria? Anybody? Anybody may pass through, please? We'll wait for responses. Yeah? Can't enter. We're waiting for the request response. Oh, we're paused. Why are no requests coming through? There we go. Alright. On they go. They're making it to the front. Is the case that looks like we have actually no allies here right now? Is that true? We're coming to the front. There is literally nothing there. We're gonna get absolutely thwomped by the Germans. That'll be fun. Maybe we'll earn some experience points for holding the line. Good night, Fairnethus. See you later. This is a lot of line for one army, isn't it? Well, as such, let's bring more folks up. A medium tank chassis has been researched now. And so. How'd I get that? Did I steal the technology from someone? Huh. I must have stolen tech from the Germans. I did! Alright, we got 10% land warfare breakthrough bonus. That doesn't help us at all. But random technology, we learned about how to make our very own tanks. Cool. Why do I only have 2 spies here? Have all of my spies died? Oh! We left the Alliance. We left Britain, so we're no longer the spy master. And so we had 7 spies previously. Now we're only allowed to have 2 of them. Now 3 of them have died. We can't click and see who they are, unfortunately. But 3 of you fine people have died, unfortunately. Well, we can continue working on unlocking various spy technologies, and with that we'll get more spies gradually. But for right now, they're working on just anti-spying, counter-espionage, and hope that helps out some. Not sure who would spy on India these days, but the Guangxi clique has militarized the border against China. China is, I don't think, fighting against them currently. So I don't see any such thing. That said, China now has war goals against many other nations, including the Soviet Union. Communist China has... I don't see an alliance with Soviet Union. So Soviet Union is trying to improve relations with Communist China, perhaps with a hope that they can group up, maybe. Japanese are still in South Korea, so let's surprise on that one. Have the Soviets gotten closer to dropping out of this thing? 90% last time. This time, they're at 89. The Soviets have pushed back. Amazing. I don't know where. I don't know how. But Stalin's endless speeches, and speaking of, I don't know, supporting the troops helped quite a bit. Red Army, I'm going to need you to abandon this front. Instead, go join against the Germans up here. We'll give you line. Pause. these. We would have the yellow friends lose some here. Not sure we're going to deal with that bubble there. Red friends going. Get rid of the front here. Are they moving? They are moving by train. Good. And maybe we pass through Iran. We do have access. It should go right on through. We will be the bulwark against the Germans. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Unfortunately, the Germans are down to here now. So, maybe the thrust defense is a mistake. Maybe we should hold the mountains instead. Is that smarter? I think that's smarter. So I'm guessing the British got destroyed out this way and pulled back. Alright. Never mind about this, or that, actually. Instead, where would be a safe place to defend? I mean, defending a city is a good idea. So, y'all just go here for right now. And up to the... well, that's up to the river. I do kind of like that. And then we'll potentially push back to Batumi. Which sounds delicious, honestly. Batumi. Hope we're not attacked. We try to sneak past. And the Red Force... I guess I'm going to give them a fallback line at the mountains. Have them line up there for right now. And this way we can go beyond, or go behind the front lines. Cool. Cool. Research is going along. 40 days, 50 days left until we have India united and the people stop rebelling quite so much, I believe. We finally step down our level of authority and control. Game would like me to make some larger airframes. We're researching more and more things first before we build any of them. They're just too old to much use, unfortunately. We still need more flame tanks. Let's go and look at logistics that we have way too much of. So, while we're not really fighting, we have way too many infantry equipment. Only 100 per day, which is awesome. As we change this out, of course, we're going to have some real sadness as the production efficiency goes down. But I'd like very much to help the flame tanks get online. Cool. Let's see what it does. Britain wants to buy more convoys. That's not Britain, that's the US. I apologize. Well, how's the invasion going? Completely pushed back. Yeah, completely and totally pushed back. For a little bit there were invasions throughout Netherlands as well as northern France, but I don't know what the German military is up to, but I'm aware that they are most certainly succeeding in all locations currently. But we finally have a defensive line against them. And once again, it's a place with poor supply. I think I've come to decide that the AI is very bad at setting up supply. At least in the areas that are... yeah, at least in the areas that are not central to them. So any front can't really be trusted. We do see an issue here. So these supply areas are currently cut off because there's no railroad here. This area belongs to Iran. I'm not in their faction. I'm in no faction. So I don't believe I can build their territory. I'd be happy to build you a railway. Oh, I can't. You can build railways anywhere you want to. Why is that? I don't know. That's pretty helpful, though, I suspect. And I can modify their supply depots, which, again, very weird. I don't quite get it, but... on the construction queue, I do want a little higher level. Good. I want to get that construction queue over 100, ideally. Alright, we've got ourselves an aviation facility almost up and going. I don't know what special products there are, but I cannot wait to see. Push these to the top. Excellent. Huh. Why am I not constructing well again? Okay, so consumer goods have gotten back to consuming quite a few of them again. What's our economy? Yeah, we're still war economy. wonder if there's some change as becoming India that we're now giving more goods away, but it's a little striking how much we're doing. We have way too much steel, so we no longer need to have these steel imports at all. So we can stop those. I thank you for your generous supply for time. Brazil wants to give us close air support. No, no, no. The U.S. is invading France. Was it? Someone is. It's France. France is invading France. Good job, France. Where's the U.S.? Who knows? Who knows? Is it Americans? I need to find a way to get more intel. So is there any way for me to get more intel at this point, other than just spying on everyone? Because I miss being able to see what the Allies are doing. Little airframes ready, heading towards the world's greatest defensive fighters. And it might be worth trying to build those straight away if I had more factories. We have an upgrade on the Hindustan Aircraft Corporation, a local airplane concern finally. So either we can have more max speed and agility on our fighters, or liquid-cooled engines, or made faster. Let's go ahead and have the agility all the way. Slower to build, but that's just fine. If it's sincerely, if there's any way I can learn about the war without actually going and spying, because I only have 2 spies now, I would absolutely love to know. Because it's just kind of a sad thing to have been a major portion of the war and then be kind of kicked out because no one likes me anymore. Can I ask them to join? I asked previously and they said no. Asked to join faction. India is not allowed to join factions. So I guess you have the one question, may I join? And then when they say no, that is the end of it. Huh. So it doesn't say exactly what the outcome was, but it did mean you do ask England to join and they get to decide. Striking, striking, striking. I'm a major now, so I can't join? Okay. That's right, I am a major. Soviet Union, no. So I can, like, start my own faction, can't I? Would it make sense to try to ask the, ask folks nearby if they want to join up? Hello, Nepal. Can I make you join? I can create a faction. They say no right now. They like me kind of, sorta. They're non-aligned people. So I have to find democratic people who are not yet a part of anyone. I could start spreading democracy in Nepal. Need Burma to break off. Burma is democratic. Is there a way I can convince them to leave their current territory? Let's see. You're German and American. You're a bunch of things. Unfortunately, Eastern European. I lost my Indian spies. So I can... What does diplomatic pressure do? Influence an AI control nation to prefer my faction non-aggression pacts. Player nations get tightened restrictions to join other factions. So it's not to leave their faction. I'm sure you can even do that, frankly. So we had to build an intel network to actually do the ideology. All right, over the border you go. Good luck, my friend. I don't know how many unlocks we have. Hopefully more and more. It's going 0%, but going up. So I think my goal is to like unify anyone in Asia who is non-aligned to get them to be democratic and join our power block. But many of them are, you know, part of the Chinese United Front. Now it is the case that if Big China begins trying to eat the others, I just need to choose to help. Wait, is Japan still alive here? So Japan was pocketed a very long time ago when I took this over, but they're holding out so aggressively. That's really impressive, frankly. I wonder if they're doing like airdrops or what. No clue, no clue. Friends, there are hours past now, noon my time. I'm amazed it's still 1947. If we're getting to the end of the playthrough today, I mean, gotta really step it up. No more pausing. Top game speed, obviously. But time for a quick ad break. We'll come back in just 1 second. Pause the game there. We'll see you in 3 minutes after the ad break. Hope you're having a good day, whatever you're doing. It's our first time doing the crossword today. It's a Wednesday puzzle, so it should be fairly easy compared to many of the others we've done recently. I do still have the Tuesday and 5 Mondays open now. I may have to give up on some of these or say, hey team, what's the solution? If we're ever to have a clear crossword tab collection? Browser, that's the word. That's what a browser is now a collection of tabs. Absolutely it. Ending of a nonprofit's URL, probably org. Money owed, it's a debit. He who blank it dealt it. Oh my goodness, the slogans of youth. He who smelt it dealt it. I like the way in which children's vocabulary opens up substantially as they try to make taunts. I think taunting is the way in which children learn new words. A signal strength indicated on smartphones, dim bars, a sound at the start of an MGM film. They have a lion's roar, I believe. Bat mitzvah text, possibly a Torah, I'm not sure on that. You're overwhelming me here. Give me some space, maybe. A Stevie Nicks song with a repeated line just like the white-winged dove. I know who that is, I don't know what it is. A double reed woodwind is an oboe, unfortunately, so the beautiful give me some space is incorrect. I'll do downs then. The Fountainhead author Ayn. Let's all boo together. Ayn Rand. Boo. Friendly and outgoing is gregarious. Windswept buildups of snow are drifts. Largic units on the geological timescale. Eons. Yes, thank you for booing with me. This is what I like to see. Engagement where I say, you do this, and then you do this. Boo, Ayn Rand. Boo. I'm also looking forward to booing Jordan Peterson. Always good. Dr. Possible, I love that you mentioned Jordan Peterson right as I do. I love it. Hello to you, Warren333. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Good to see you, Juffy. Hello to you, Server Lord. That's weird. Hello, Sherry. How's it going, say team? Lovely having you with us. We're in an ad break right now. I hope you're not getting the ads. If you are, I'm very sorry. In 1 minute and 50 seconds, we'll be back to our video game. Warren, what'd you play today? How was your stream? Let me go and give you a little shout out so I can see what you're playing. So Warren333, a person who plays a whole bunch of... That's the wrong command. Is it shout? Oh, I forgot how to use my own bot, unfortunately. 333. Is that not it? Mods? How do you shout people out these days? Is it SO? Oh, boy. Warren333. I found it! I found it eventually! They're playing RimWorld. How's the RimWorld going, my friend? How's the RimWorld? I hope you're doing well. Warren at the Host and Ghost. Dad Mode Engaged. All very good. I just want to see what Warren was playing. Playing RimWorld. Friends, if you don't know Warren and you like RimWorld, surely a much better player than I am. Someone who is able to play at top speed without pausing. It's all very impressive, and Warren's a good guy, IMO. Welcome in, Light. Welcome in, Nerf. Thank y'all for being here. It's lovely being with you as usual. You'll see more video games pretty soon. It might be topped with cream cheese and lox, the bagel. Surely the bagel. I'm typing in chat. It's no good. All right. Hikes across. One more time. Hikes across. Perhaps. Like treks through, trods through. Not sure which one. Like some unconfirmed airline tickets. The standbys. Won't you stand by me? Ba-da-bump. Ba-ya-da-dun-da. Mark with speckles. Speckles. Like drop some candies on, I'm not sure. A lake on Buffalo's waterfront, that's Lake Erie. Like a horse with a normal gait, a lame horse. Every now and then. Alright, you're overwhelming me here. One thing at a time. So probably travel through? Not sure. Other long one, Stevie Nicks song with a repeated line, just like the white-winged dove. I'm on the edge of 17. I was gonna sing Edge of Glory. That is not Stevie Nicks. Who is that? And is Edge of 17 actually a song? I have no idea. Lady Gaga's Edge of Glory. Alright, very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. What's Anna tier? Ancient Life Grant. I still sign him backwards. Edge of 17. A song like that makes me think like creepiness. Absolute creepiness. It's a classic? Okay. I don't think I know it. I don't know by name at least. Regardless, we return to the great glory that our Indian playthrough. Let's see how this thing goes. It's gonna be good. Hey, Darby Cat! Thank you for enlarging an emote. Why am I getting a shame to shame emote? I've not mentioned anything to do with a little game called World of Warcraft, which I'm so frustrated right now. Actually, I'm frustrated with myself, but still. Thank you for the big emote, I appreciate it. The Dominion of Australia assumes responsibility for its colonial holdings. In an attempt to stand up to the increased threat against British holdings in Southeast Asia, the colonial territories of Singapore and Borneo have been transferred to the Dominion of Australia, with the goal of being the Commonwealth's first and best line of defense in the Pacific. The Dominion of Australia assumes full responsibility for the military and administrative preparations in case of fighting in the region. There has been fighting in the region for 4 years now. Oh my goodness. Presumably intended to counter the imperial ambitions of Japan, Australia will no longer be entirely reliant on the efforts of its former colonial overlord to protect her shores from invasion. What a good idea. I like how you think. The hardcore server crashed while high-level characters died. Yeah, the hardcore server for World of Warcraft, while super fun, also is so exposed to characters just dying kind of randomly for very sad reasons. But as they tell you when you make your character, if you die, it's on you. How dare you choose to play on the server, you fool! Wait, we can recruit in Australia now. Oh, that's spy recruitment. I see. I thought we like recruit their soldiers to come fight for us. Sure, any Australians want to join the team? That'd be cool. To do that though, you have to have an open operative slot, it looks like. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. At 13, shouldn't we have 3 open slots? The base one, and then 5, and then 10? Huh. Maybe not. Maybe not. Alright, India is now indivisible. So, the people should now believe that they want to be one people instead of individual principalities. Now, here are the choices of how do we make India indivisible. One is, there are disparate paramilitary groups in India. We need to root them out and quickly. For when weeds have been planted firmly in a soil, the roots are hard to pull up. This will give us a base of 15 stability, finally pushing us over 50% stability again, which people actually believe in Old Resorty. No more paramilitary groups allowed! We'll assume that our garrisons are rushing out to fight them. Malaysia wants non-aggression. I thought it already offered non-aggression to everyone in the British territories here, but seems like no. We could help Malaysia take its island back, I guess. We could help the Dutch East Indies push. Or we just stare at ourselves awkwardly for a while and say, what would be good for the people of India? Probably more work. More civilian factories. We're getting infrastructure going. Which means, yeah, it just finished. We're allowed to work on aerodynamics finally. I need a scientist. So who shall lead us? All 4 of our candidates are named Elizabeth. Which of the Elizabeths would you like? So the only one who does what we want them to do is the top one, Elizabeth Williams. Thesiger is a nuke scientist, Moresby is naval engineering, and Kitchener is somehow involved in tanks. Alright, Williams, who knows jet engines, I choose you. Cool! Alright, what should our project be? The radar, the rocket interceptor, flying bombs, or the Prithvi project? This teaches us more, better guided ballistic missiles. We need jet engines, that's way down. So for right now, let's learn about radars. That's even important. By using pulsed radio waves and detecting the reflections, be able to monitor enemy movements from land, air, and sea. What are the odds? Oh, good question. The odds of having 4 characters all named Elizabeth. So given the possible pool of names, what is it that 4 of them would be chosen as Elizabeth? It's 50%. Either it happens or it doesn't. Alright. In 1947, after developing the nuclear bomb, India learns how radar works. Glorious, glorious, glorious. So I'm guessing it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for us to learn, having more than one of the special factories. I don't know how these work. My sense is more is better. I thought I'd welcome my math viewers. You hate that idiom? It's a joke. It's a bit. I got rid of this message a long time ago. Probably time to bring it back, though. One moment. So that all of you understand what's happening on screen. I know some of you are very, very literal people. I understand you need this. The chance of it happening is 50%. Either it happens or it doesn't. Very good, very good, very good. The agency has machine-assisted decryption. What are we decrypting currently? Who are we learning about? The good people of China. Our 5th one. Speed up a little bit there. Let's keep that going. Need more defensive spying if possible. Alright. Passive defense. With more counterintelligence, we may have our own encryption. Didn't I say that my bits are private? Alright, look here, you. Bulgarian Turkey has capitulated. I'm sorry, what? I don't know if there was a Bulgarian Turkey right now. Is that you? Huh. Is that you? So the green color is Bulgaria. This is such a mess. So the section that holds Constantinople has surrendered. They call themselves British Turkey. And they belong to the Bulgarian Turkey, and they belong to the Japanese forces. That's very, very strange. That's very, very strange. Alright, Brazil wants convoys. Good luck. Where are my armies right now? So the yellow army is deployed here as a bulwark against the Germans. I wouldn't mind getting some experience points just by fighting. Not because we're exactly opposed to the Germans. It's not that I'm pro-fascism, don't you worry. It's more just I need something to do. So... oh shoot, no, don't do that. So we give you all a nice big push. Give you somewhere to go. We don't want to cross the river, but fighting the mountains could be fine. Alright, General, get planning. Then, we need more heavy tanks, very good. It's like making a Blondes or Ditzes jokes. I don't know. I feel okay making fun of mathematics and statistics, like making fun. But I think like the Blondes or Ditzes joke is not a joke about like haha science, it's a joke about haha people. And so making silly math jokes is very different to me than making jokes about people in the world. I don't know. Like in the same way, people make dumb philosophy jokes. And I could go rabble, 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 how dare you speak ill of my field, but more I go, whatever. I don't know. Bits are meant to be funny. Maybe my pranks are mean. What's that line from Super Troopers? About some people's pranks being funny and... I can't remember all of it, unfortunately. You hate your own field? Perhaps we all do. That's what it really comes to. A team? Are you actually going to lose these? I mean, it's mountains. They don't have much artillery, unfortunately. Many social problems are caused by innumeracy. I love that idea. I don't know if it's true. Many universities at which I've taught have attempted to have... I ordered my people to do what the other general said. I apologize for that. Many of the universities at which I've taught recently have had a strong belief that students must be taught what they call quantitative literacy, in the same way that one has verbal literacy. And while I'm down with that, the students are so resistant. In the same way they absolutely hate taking classes in, like, first-year writing. They also hate the idea of taking required classes in basically anything else, unfortunately. Maybe financial problems are based on not understanding compound interest. See, I remember getting, like, a full class on compound interest back in, I don't know, 5th grade or so. It's really important to put money in early. I think one thing that people have a hard time with doing, my students have a hard time, is understanding magnitudes and scales of magnitude. So after a certain number, and it might be like 14 or so, it's not quite that low. After a certain number, we have a very hard time conceptualizing the number well. And so, for example, 100,000 to 1 million versus 1 million to 1 billion. Like, I think for many of my students, these gaps feel very, very similar, and they really struggle with larger numbers. And that's fine. Humans are not made, the word made there is being used casually, humans are not made to deal with giant sums like that. And that's a kind of a numeracy for sure, but yeah. People fail to grasp foundations of easy fields. I mean, it might be true. My wife and I often talk about what should the average person know? You know, once upon a time we talked about education as being preparation for citizenship. Education as a readiness to take on the burden that is being an adult in democracy. And my wife has said recently that we should find ways to express, like, shamefulness at a social level for an unwillingness to learn things. And it's not like any individual, because of course individuals have different capacities. But if you're able to learn things and you don't do so, either the schools have failed you, or the culture has failed you, or you failed yourself. But that sense of failure to develop into a citizen, a person, whatever, should count for something. Back in the 1980s, we took a turn towards relativism. We're not doing that one today. But you know the bits. It's actually not a bit. You know the, like, strong conviction about educational relativism and how it makes me very, very sad. Also sad, British Malaysia has fallen. Is that you here? Yeah. I thought that Australia said there would be the, like, bulwark in the South Pacific. How's that going, fam? I don't know. John Curtin, it might be curtains for you. I'm the world's worst streamer. Alright, battle plans with no units assigned. That true? Oh. You all... I see, I assigned everyone to the southern one accidentally. So, half you all... I want on this front. Cool! Back to planning, thank you. No more rushing, only planning. We've suppressed the paramilitary organizations. There's no small groups working against old India now. So we can defend Burma. It's very strange that defend Burma comes through so unbelievably late. Because we defended Burma when the war first started. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Because I can't imagine, like, rushing down here by the time the war actually begins. So maybe it's when Japan is in Vietnam that you're supposed to take this one? I have no idea. So, unfortunately, the Allies wouldn't let us back in, so we actually can't defend Burma. Even the majority of the playthrough has been defending Burma. Next up, We demand that Goa is ours. Goa belongs to India, once lost to imperial forces, and it's clear that Portugal's in no position to defend it. We need to right the historic wrong. So Portugal is asked, we'll call it, to give us Goa. If not, I want to fight for it. I think having a unified India that rejects imperialism seems very important to me. Portugal, we have a non-aggression pact, I believe. Yes. We can revoke it in 1948. May have made a mistake on that one. If they don't give it to me, I'll be very, very bummed. It's still missing the heavy flame tanks. Oh, team? I made a decision yesterday that was made primarily for jokes, but it's causing major problems. And that is, I gave my garrisons heavy flame tanks because I thought it would be funny to do so, even though it gains no suppression whatsoever. I just thought it would be a good time. And so we're wasting so much production on trying to get flame tanks into the garrisons. And so it immediately allowed a bunch of production to finish. All right, cool. I'm going to get rid of all of you for right now. I can't believe I did that. All right, we have ourselves divisions of flame tanks and Marines and all the rest. Marines are going to join the Defense of India force. We then have a bunch of artillery. I want to send that to one of the fronts. Unfortunately, both of my commanders are full right now. And so I'm going to invite you to send 3 troops back home. Some of your lowest level ones go hang out at home instead. Cool. And then the new artillery, all 3 of you will go to the front. Cool. Cool. Aren't flame tanks a crime against humanity? They're being used for defensive purposes only, winky face, winky face. I'm not sure I like flame tanks, but we researched them and it feels strange not to be trying out our technology. But don't you worry, we're surely only defending India. We wouldn't dare be defending a portion of, what's this place? Alright, you're north of Turkey. Oh boy. Friends, where is this? It's called Kalmykia. Is this part of... I don't dare guess. But if you were looking at today's world, is Georgia? It is Georgia, okay. I have a student from Georgia. She's incredibly religious in a way that has disrupted class 3 times now, when she's referred to other students' behavior as not evil, but pointing that way in a way that surprises me every single time. She's just religious in a way that has been more outspoken about other students' comments than usual. Usually my religious students will express their views and say, I think that, but they won't use it in response to other students, so that's a thing. I like her a lot. In some measure, she's the kind of student I want to have. She does the work, she does the reading, but her response to almost every social problem has been, let's see what the church says. I believe she's Eastern Orthodox, but it's very surprising. Alright, we can begin coring these various states. What's that do again? What does it be a core state? I have no idea. Join me, won't you? Now, other ones can't be cored because they're still resistant. I need to look this up. I know this is like a central concept of many of these games. What is it to be a core? I think it's same as like de jure in other games. States are core colonies. Man, striking to count as colonies inside of my nation then. Cores are integral parts of the country and the inhabitants are fully available for military services. Nations get a negative 98% penalty to manpower in colony states. So if it really is core or colony, then our manpower has been weakened substantially. I had no idea. Nations can justify war goals against foreign-owned core states in half the time, but it's harder to take colonies. Unlike other past games, there's no way to gain cores. As I push buttons to gain cores. Alright, so we're working on coring them so they give me more manpower and are easier for the enemy to take. I got it. But as these core, I believe we'll be able to shift our resistance forces in other directions. The coring costs how much? 30 each time. We're gaining 1 per day and spending 0.1 per day. That power sharing agreement is a permanent negative 10%, unfortunately. I believe if I put in government the nice Muslim man, yeah, we do gain more democracy support and also stability. That said, all of the political power in the nation is with Gandhi. There's genuinely 0% for Britain, 0% for the fascists. The Hindu Assembly is the fascists, interesting. And generally 0% for the Communist Party. So Gandhi is very, very popular indeed. He is the ruler of the party, leader of the party, and so election in 51, I assume he'll hold power. And with that said, it's not clear to me if he'll be elected again. It's after the game's ending, so who knows. Okay, we have more boats. We're gonna have the new boats get training, I believe. U-boats? More like new boats. Okay, Air Force. These are boats. I apologize. Wrong button. Air Force! Hello, Air Force! Majority of you are indeed in Delhi. Only close air support. Now, is there an airport towards the west of India? I don't see one. No. So there's one in Bombay that's protecting up here. I wouldn't mind putting a... Yeah, I wouldn't mind putting an airbase here. Because I'm expecting at some point, maybe in the far, far future, we'll have attacks here and here. Hey, Silka, do I stream mostly strategy games? I guess so. On Saturdays, which is American Fridays, I tend to play something weird. But yeah, mostly, as Dogberry says, strategy, colony base builders, that kind of thing. Occasionally, I get the crazy idea of being a variety streamer and play something radically different. But no, it's mostly strategy-esque games. I like talking through them and thinking through them and having fun goals like Let's Be India. It's a good time. Stability over 50. Nice. Nice. I've done RimWorld. Wolfra, I've played about 2,000 hours in RimWorld. I'm kind of burnt out on RimWorld and Crusader Kings 3 right now, and I wish I weren't. Something inside of me broke in RimWorld, and I don't know what it was. For a while there, I was loving it. I was so happy to play new DLCs. It might be the most recent DLC didn't exactly vibe with me. And so because of that, I sort of said, okay, no more RimWorld for a while. So we'll see. You like Civ and Total War? I've only played Total War Warhammer 3, and having mentioned it, someone's gonna say you must now play it, Resorty. So I love Total War Warhammer 3, it's also good. Also a huge fan of Civ 7, we played it a couple weeks ago. The indie run's been so much fun. Simeon, thank you! Simeon, thank you very much. I've really enjoyed it also. I don't know what we're doing next week, but I love setting goals, right? When we first looked at the focus tree of India, we said there are so many things to do, so many ways to go. And we said, I want independence under Gandhi. And that's happening. And I love that we've been able to, help out in Southeast Asia. Oh, no! You got Japan in my China! Rome Total War is your favorite? I should play all the different Total Wars, but it takes so long for me to learn games that I'm not sure I have time for it. Oh, I helped make you big and strong and pushed out Japan and made you ready to, I made you ready to unify all of China, and this is what you've done to me. Cannot believe it. A level 13 ammunition factory, the greatest place on Earth. The only line left to do is down this way. So, we now get better reliability on our infantry weapons. I can't take that. Sorry, first the drum pattern sights. I don't know what a drum pattern sight is. I'd like to learn. So pardon me briefly while we pull up the screen of learning. Drum... Oops. Google Drive works too. Drum pattern sight. They're giving me drum patterns, i.e. the percussion instrument. Military? What help? These are military marches. Maybe a rifle? A rifle at sea? Hey, there we go. It's something, something, something. Okay, so a drum pattern sight just means there's like a circle and a dot inside of it, a circle and a peg. Is that what a drum pattern sight is? Wikimedia has this. Alright, so it's inventing a circle. That may have taken a while to learn. I don't know, it's reinventing the wheel, possibly. We've never improved our trains. There's so many things we've not done. I don't know. Now that we're making airplanes, perhaps it makes sense to, like, learn about having our ships guns. These are not airplanes, these are battleships. It's time to research battleships, I don't know. Alright, with the drum pattern sights in 1947, we're good. Hey, it's good seeing you, Mac Jam. How you doing? 172 air experience is probably enough to actually make an airplane. Our bomber, maybe it's time for the bomber of our dreams. So, I would like the big boy. Hello, big boy. As before, hilariously, we're calling it Bombay's Bomb Bay. Perfect. We need to get as much thrust as possible. Oh, the reason I didn't do this is I want to research upgraded engines. Isn't there a button to increase engines? Where is it? I just need to put more in the engine. All right, right now we're fine. So we could have that is all we got. I'd like to put in bomb sights, still fine. I'd like to put in a radio, still fine. It might be adding additional bomb bays, no longer fine. We take one and only one large bomb bay right now. Maybe we load in other things. We load in also defense turrets. And a flying boat, not necessary. Okay. That's it. I give you Bombay's, our first ever large airplane. To go along with the Kite of Krishna, our close air support from 1933. What do we have a lot of? I can stop it. Oh, these greens are so good. In so many playthroughs, we have basically nothing saved up. Yeah, I think it's time to just take 2 more off the infantry. You know what? Not 2. 5 off of infantry equipment. Actually, they only have 17. Wow, we're at 40 for a while there. 1 2 off of you, 1 2 off of you, and 1 off of, I don't know, off of you. Bombay's being made finally. You don't like Bombay's Bombay? Oh, because Bombay's is the possessive? I don't know. Oh, it's not Bombay's Bombay. There's only one Bombay. Sorry. It's getting a little ridiculous right now. If anyone just unfollowed the channel, let me tell you we're absolutely correct to do so. What's it say, though? It does say Large Bombay. Alright. Name changed over. Oh, it's not. Sorry. That's modification. No, you... How do I modify you itself? Is it actually a variant? I don't know. I'm gonna leave that as it is, because I don't want to have to start making a new one. How's Russia doing? I keep saying Russia. I'm sorry. Soviet Union is doing what now? Yeah, no real changes, huh? The Gorky-Kazan line is the interesting place each time. I believe the Russians have retaken a tiny bit in the north. I'm a bit surprised the Germans aren't just grabbing these. Unless for some reason we don't rightly know who's up there. How are the Netherlands doing? Unfortunately, the US never got involved. So there have been tiny little incursions led by the Brazilians. But yeah, Germany has not really had a problematic Western Front at all, except for when Norway broke off, which it's still dealing with, and when Denmark broke off, but it's fine now. So, yeah, I think like the real, man, Spain cut in. Okay, we've made a demand of Portugal. Give me Goa, or else. So I think like the real failure of this playthrough has been where the heck are the Americans? So the US did not choose, we can't see them anymore. So the US did not choose to go the nuke path. And I don't know why not. They're just kind of hanging out. The only, I mean, there have been two major changes from history. Number one, the Soviet Union has not succeeded in pressure on the eastern side of Germany, even a little bit. They've just folded. They had major supply issues early, and they ran out of guns. Also, we pushed Japan out of here, which allowed, or encouraged Japanese to go to the north here for a while, and indeed they've invaded again. So I don't know why the US has done very, very little. Like, they're occupying some islands. They helped with the liberation of the Philippines for a tiny bit, and then kind of dropped out. They have lost quite a few people, but I don't really know where. They've lost 10.59 people. Yeah, 3 million to Japan, 3 million to Italy, and 2 million to the Germans. I'm just not sure where that's happened. I think it's they've never had one massed force, a la D-Day. Instead, it's been little skirmishes here and there. You'll see huge losses on the Allies' side. Soviets are at what now? 88! So step by step, the Soviets are digging themselves out of capitulation. We'll see how that goes. We have more bigger tanks than we want them. Got a lot of army points, so probably worth doing. All right, this side is done. It's time for better armor on our flame tank at least. And now it's time to decide, do we upgrade the flame tank to a super heavy flame tank instead? When I ask that question, the answer of course is, why yes, yes we do. Alright, what do we call our... I don't mean to make fun of people's technology, but oh my goodness. I see why it's called the Tortoise. Oh no, do we not have super heavy flamethrowers? Oh no. Oh no. Alright, well, this'll be funny. This'll be funny. I like his idea very, very much. Alright, special modules. What do you need? What do you need? Easy maintenance. Everyone loves easy maintenance. And, I don't know. I don't know how to even think about this kind of thing. Better defense, better breakthrough, all good. We call you... What major mountain does India hold? Like, we don't hold Everest, certainly, or whatever it was called at this point in history. Probably Everest anyway. Call something like mountainous, powerful... The Ganges, the flow of the Ganges. It cannot be stopped. Perfect. Alright, it's very, very slow at 4 kilometers per hour. It also breaks down constantly. Higher reliability all the way. Heavier armor. Diesel engine. Reliability of 94. Speed below 4 kilometers per hour. Alright, give you better engines. So at 3-4. So why do you have to be faster than that? I don't get it. It's encouraging me to drop down to a 3-man turret instead. 3.7. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, well, slowing us down. The super heavy cannon. I mean, that's the entire way this thing works. Its main armament has to be that, unfortunately. Okay. Okay. So maybe I need to get better engines for the tank line. Have done any tank engine research? Our engines were probably invented in, I don't know, 1901 or so. Alright. When tanks of the Great War were slow, lumbering beasts, the modern one relies very much on speed and mobility. We're working on a team, don't you worry. So we've demanded Goa. Give me Goa or death. The next question then is the economy unbound. No longer being stifled by our overlords, our economy can finally blossom, unchained from previous obligations. For 260 days, we get crazy construction speed. We cannot forget about that. We have to make sure the queue is entirely full. And I really am feeling like, I'm really feeling like it's time to think again about early playthrough. Namely, I just want to make more factories. Portugal has released Goa. Antonio de Oliveira Salazar decided to drop the matter and allow us to annex Goa to prevent a conflict. Goa is ours. Oh, Noah, we got Goa. Sorry. I think this is like a smiley face moment. I think there's nothing in particular to say about like what Goa gives us other than that's lovely. New airbase, new naval base, new place to defend, absolutely. So defensive India army now defend Goa as well. Apparently Bombay has never been defended. Just defend everything, team. I believe in you. Lovely. Now, that trying to core stuff. Waziristan getting cored? And Kashmir. Alright, so the Northern Territories are totally cool with me. I'm surprised by that. Because isn't it the case that these may not always be Indian? Is it possible these may sometimes belong to someone else? I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm glad they're willing to join me first, frankly. I know we gave them a guaranteed seat on the council. They're on the council, but not yet given the level of Jedi Master. Alright, we got 2 nukes ready. Also, we've noticed that there's a climb happening here. A mission called Execute Nuclear Strikes on Japanese Soil. Apparently is ready in 241 days. This is not my goal. I did not mean to do this, but it's happening anyway. Very sorry. We need 26 more aluminum. What on earth did I start building that needs that much aluminum? Oh, probably the new airframes. That makes sense. So, who's interested in giving me a little bit more aluminum? Hey, we don't need more steel, actually. The US. No more? British rack. No more. It's hard to tell who's actually giving me any with the with the strange outputs. So down to 15 over. We'll see if stopping all these is a mistake. Give it a moment. Hey, negative 20. All right, very, very good, very good. May have done a little bit too much. I apologize. I was just joking. Just kidding. It's 11. This is 6. That's 5. It'll put it over by a little bit. Haha, math. Haha, math? Would wait till they deliver, but haha, math very soon. Alright, who wants to give me aluminium? Ideally, people with no convoys needed. Okay, Greece can give us up to 37. That's amazing. That's more than I need, but I will need it eventually, so don't mind that. Okay, aircrafts. Little fighter friends. So we already did agility. Let's now do easier to make. And we're not making these yet, I believe. It's only improved smaller frame. I want to continue moving forward to advanced at least. And then once again, I have not really researched much in the way of actual airplane bonuses. Soon enough, give me this place too. What are you called? I've forgotten, but it will be mine. I'll fight France if I need to take it back. I gotta break through. Gotta break through. On radar. She learned more. Good job. Good job learning stuff. Bonus to electronics research speed. Americans want to buy more mechanized items. What are we seeing? So Rotterdam is holding out. It's Netherlandish again. Good job to you. The Nationalists taking a bite out of Vichy France. Free France is attempting to push from the south. So curious about the world. Very dismaying. Someone is firebombing Germany. Can we see who those are? These are American, correct? The blue with the red dot, I believe, is American. Where are they bombing from, though? The tiny bit of Rotterdam here, I don't think has an airport. So, do they have aircraft carriers? Hello, Zangspur. Good heavens, you thought I'd left Twitch. I quit streaming for like 6 months, approximately 3.5 years ago. Whichever way, welcome back. When did you last watch? Oh no, it finally happened. The US had seized Iceland. The Icelandic government's gone to exile. Main forces capitulated to the Reich. So the big islands here are both held by Germany. Are they gonna go for Denmark next? Denmark. They can firebomb from London. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, Zen, good seeing you. Thank you for finding your way back to the stream. That's how it goes, right? You leave for a little while, and that strange man with a tie is recommended over and over again. And here you are. My fellow in the north here says he's ready to advance and to get some delightful attacking points. Will our level 3s get to level 4? I'm kind of doubting it. 2 more points we can core someone again. How can I see the little bars go up? Who am I watching right now? You are... What's your name? These 3. Does bar go up? Whenever it goes up only on the resolution battle. They're currently at 87. Battle continues. The very top of the Calcutta group. The Calcutta group is running out of food and organization. That's at Theodor von Bock. Theodor von Bock. It's all having a tough time. Fortunately, the width of only 50, so we can only have 1 unit going at a time. Who breaks first? We break! We didn't send in everyone for some reason. I don't quite know why that is. Hey, we understand the cipher of Japan now. Fantastic. It's immediately revealed their intel. They can choose someone new to cipher also. That's been taken. Fantastic. Did the top group gain experience? It did. So from 87 96 seems only to go through as the battle ends. Fantastic. 1948 I've been slacking. Remember, I'm India. I'm not the Allies. They kicked me out of the Allies. I asked the British very nicely, may I please join the Allies? And they said no. So now I'm independent. Let's go decrypt the Americans. More cryptology, more good. Give me the government cipher school. I think the British may have been angry that I asked for my independence. I did the Gandhi thing. Oh, we're out of time. It's 48. It ends in August 49. Is that correct? Will I be able to get to the bottom of the Gandhi tree Or, we will shake the world. No, this is if we are surrendering. It's an immediate, let's, kick up the entire economy. But we're not surrendering, surely. Tiger Unchained. Yeah, better special forces. We already finished that entirely. And suggesting that we go heavily into Mountaineers. Most certainly we've been going into the Marines, because we're good British people. Import substitution industrialization. So suddenly 3 more factories turn on. And this feels like gonna be a much better earlier game. So I didn't go down the Gandhi line because I really strengthened my military early instead. I wonder what would happen if I'd gone Gandhi early. This is like kick on the economy. Where I did that early game instead. Not sure. Iran wants my guns? Sure. Ordnance Factory Medoc. Level 9. I want to give them the Ordnance Factory board for better production, or better production speed, but worse quality items. I need my political power right now to core folks. So, a choice here. Do we want our trucks to have better attack but cost more, or better breakthrough but cost a little bit more? Okay, them costing quite a bit more for better attack. Who needs coring? No one wants to be cored right now because of problems with compliance and so on. Alright. Who's next? Who's next in line to be cored? Okay. Can I order them by resistance levels? Who's the lowest on resistance right now? It needs to be non-cored folks in particular. So, it would be fascinating to gain continued partition. To make Jam, you can go down the partition path. We chose the India Stays United button. And that's been fun. Northwest Frontier has low resistance and 51% compliance. What do I need? I need less than 15, more than 40. Do Mysore for now. Hello, Mysore. I need to pull it up through this instead. Mysore. There it is. 14 and 9. All right, we gotta improve the compliance. So if we go to local autonomy or independent rule, I'm gonna move all the largely friendly ones to independent rule in hopes they begin being more compliant to me. They gotta work, right? Okay, you can't have independent rule king with Siam. Siam's the problem for sure. Pakistan is already cored, I believe. So, what direction are you going? This is hard for me to see. Average compliance of all the core states. Oh gosh. Right, Central Indian princely states are clearly non-cored, right? Averages of all core states. But it's the core states of the princely states, not of me. So I believe anyone who shows up here is someone I've not yet cored. I'm so confused. All right, here comes nonviolence. Here comes good old Gandhi coming forward saying, "Hey, be cool, y'all. Hey, be cool." We'll do the "Hey, be cool" request if some of these are interested in joining us for a time. More research. We now have the radar. Unfortunately, we don't even have cavity magnetrons. This requires us to have fully researched the radar. We're not quite done that one yet. Okay, in-ray tanks. In-ray tanks. We have this super heavy and I love it, but it can't use my flamethrower, unfortunately. I'm going lights, mediums, and heavies. We're currently working on armor to try to help the super heavy move itself. I'm going to move to the Air Force now also. The idea of an Indian Air Force delights me. So this is that one thing we learn about survivability bias. Looking at the battle damage, we figure out which planes of the part of the plane really matter, which ones we left off entirely. Survivor bias, I would have said. Alright, you'll get some experience points up here. Good job, team. Good job. I guess everything south of the mountain ought to be mine. Or Britain's, I guess. I want to see a level 4. So, we set our assaulting line to here. Cool. We get them ready. We have a northern line holding here as well. I could push them in the same way, but they're doing just fine holding. That said, the foolish British keep charging on in. Foolish British, chill! Mongolians, People Republic want more weapons. Right here. They're afraid of China coming for them. Am I on the right side of history? I mean, we often think of World War II from the American perspective right here, right? And so compared to that, I am on the right side of history. They're to the left, I'm on the right. Very good. Something like that. Something like that, team. We have a breakthrough! Who's done what? Radar Friend says another breakthrough, 15% more progress, 40% through to learning the radar. So to me, these look like giant power poles. The kind of thing you'd see like a transformer station or going down the side of the road in a rural area in the US. Are these what radar towers look like? I don't know. How's the bomb coming along? I have 2 nukes. 2 smiling Buddhas. And so in how long? In 178 days, I'm allowed to push the button. Apparently it requires to own Okinawa and Iwo Jima, and then we can push the big button. But I tend not to push the big button at all. I don't feel good about pushing the big button. Economy's unbound. Really fast construction for a little bit. Will I join a power block again? So Wibble, I'm not allowed to do so. Because I'm a major, I may not join a power block. So I'm working on getting the people who are independents, Nepal, Tibet, that's about all right here, to be willing to become democracies and then join us in our own power block. Yeah, I'm surprised I can only bomb Japan, George. I don't know why that is. Now, I do have a plan nuke. Yeah. I need to have 10 strategic bombers ready to go to drop the nuke. There's just a special plan to attack Japan on historical lines. So if I want to, if I want to, I think you can go say hi to George over here. But I'm not interested in bombing anyone. It's a defensive nuke. We're gonna call it the Gandhi Peacemaker. Anyone against us, gonna die. So about that. Alright, next down. Get a bunch of factories pretty quickly. Tiger Unchained. Special Forces. I'm gonna skip Special Forces and say I'm skipping Burma. So, I'm gonna fight malnutrition. I'm gonna give the farmers their land back. Holy cow! Mixed economy is a ton of resources, but no aluminum, it looks like. Distressing. Alright, we also got number 4 research slot. So, whenever we can, we should replace imported goods with domestic ones by offsetting manufacturing costs. Take the taxes from the wealthy and use them to support production from those who are less well off. Alright, small tank designer. Better attack overall. Or better armor. I want the attack, thank you. Okay, we then upgrade our flame tanks. Cool. Independent India can't join the Allies. The folks always bypass. Oh, really, Wibble? Yeah, we chose this focus here, which sends a request to the UK to stay with the Allies. And so I chose it, and they said no. It was a clear question, and they said, nope, we don't want you, go away. And that made me a little sad. I don't want to go away. I want to join and support and all the rest. Whoops, Mr. 2 here. Bigger engines again to help our big tanks move a little bit after having super heavy guns. Friends, it's 1 p.m. my time. We got 1 more hour of gameplay. I know it's after bedtime for many of you on the East Coast of the US and Canada and South America and all the rest. I am curious, if you don't mind like revealing this about yourself, how many of you are towards the western portion of North America? Because I believe it's the case that the unfortunate time zone shift has made things worse and worse for the East folks and the Central folks, but better for those on the West side of things. And I don't know if that's exactly true, but I'm hoping that some people are happy with the change. Some of you are West Coast. All right, very cool, very cool. Yeah, there's probably no way to tell exactly, but our viewership numbers have been a little lower, because I know a lot of the East Coast people have to go to bedtime. You're East! CST, but now, see, it always changes it, right? The night owls are people who are like, sure, it's 4 a.m., I'll keep watching, the sun's not up yet. Close to the western portion, the eastern portion, right? Wibble, I realize I'm being incredibly exclusionary to those who don't live on North America. That said, I don't just mean the Americans. We have lots of lovely Canadians, and we have some Mexican viewers, and lots of other fun people too. So, quick ad break, 3 minutes, then back to it. I thank you all for being here. I hope you're having a fun time. We continue on our little playthrough. Where were we? Noble's partner in book selling, Barnes & Noble. I think they've actually like reinvented themselves in some ways. I don't remember all the ins and outs, but I think they were almost to shut down for a time. Because Amazon, of course, took over book selling in such a big way. Who needs stores? And wasn't there some other major bookstore that did shut down? Can't quite recall. A hay bundling machine. It's called a baler. A wine quality that's sampled by sniffing. The aroma. Oh, Borders books. Thank you. I forgot about Borders entirely. Something like that. Daphne de Maurier novel that begins, last night I dreamt I went to Manderley again. I do not know at all. Okay, mean-spirited, possibly nasty, who knows? Move like a bunny, to hop, walking aids, canes most likely, that's not how we spell that word. The Simpsons character whose catchphrases include, "Ay caramba!" Does anyone not know the answer to this one? I'm always curious to what degree is Simpsons knowledge common still. I bet if I went and asked my students this, many of them would say, no, I have no idea what you mean. The answer is Bart. And then the phrase "ay caramba" feels very, very old school to me. Does he still say "ay caramba"? I have no idea. No idea. Mythical goatmen, such as Narnia's Mr. Tumnus. They're called satyrs, I think? Like that, I believe. Wasn't that Bart actually said that? Darby, great question. I don't watch The Simpsons these days, but not sure. Speaking hoarsely, rasping, to some extent, somewhat, I noted the one up there. Award won by the director Chloe Zhao in 2021, the Oscar, I believe. Strongly suggest, imply, nudge, not at, I'm not sure. Emphatic, so what? I do not care. What is the meaning of this? Within the realm of the achievable. Possible to me, no idea. Bring joy to Elate. Foo Fighters founder Dave Grohl. The dash of :dash right parentheses. The nose, I assume. Deck containing the Emperor and the Empress. That's tarot. The colon of :dash right parentheses. The eyes. Can you help with spelling? What did I misspell? The answer is usually yes. As long as I obviously meant to say the word and I screwed it up. So, is satyr backwards? I think it is. Is it that? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. It's one of these words I know how to say. Satyr? Satyr? I assume satyr. Thank you for helping me. Crossed out is probably X, which I hate. To the downs. Trikes across, perhaps. Travels. Something's wrong there. I'm not sure what, though. Mark with speckles. To mottle. I think it's an L-E word, is it? Or E-L? Whoops. Can't remember. Core principles or tenets. Relentless talker. Chatterbox. The ad break is over. Is this Rebecca, I assume? The more near novel is Rebecca. Never read that. Have any of you? what's wrong here? Oh, traverse. Traverses. Hikes a croc. Traverser. It's Raggedy Ann. And so something's wrong here about Mythlo Goatmen. Or are they called like fawns instead? They want fawns. Naugahyde. Naugahyde to you, I think. The Mythical Goatmen are called fawns instead. Naugahyde with a Y, I believe. Button meaning never mind them a pop-up. Cancel. Unusually good prices they bargain. Stocking fabric that's full of holes. Fishnet. Stocking's not like Santa, but instead like, I don't know, cabaret perhaps. Alright, one more hour of fun. We have training ships out here. The HMIS Trumpetfish and Mudskate. Do any of you do the work of endlessly, do any of you do the work of endlessly renaming all of your ships? You end up with so many of them, of course, in many cases, but I'd love to do so. Does Crossword not have ads? So the New Yorker is really cool. Now, the New Yorker wants people to try out the crossword. I expect that at some point they will make them subscription-based, in the same way the New York Times did so. But as of right now, the New Yorker is totally free. I do have a subscription with them, but you don't need that for the New York crosswords. It's one of the coolest thing on the intellectual word right now, I'll say. Something like that. Alright, I don't know what's happening here. Are the Americans finally invading? The Americans finally push on through? Though I spy on Germany, I wonder if I could learn. Can I only have 2 spies? Let's see. You get more by building the intelligence up agency. Others available for the 5th upgrade, or for assigning the elusive gentleman. I think you only get 2 unless you throw the elusive gentleman on your, yeah, throw the elusive gentleman onto your, council, I guess. I can't be the spy master because it's just me. Who else wants to be cored? Who else into coring? Alright, Madra states have chilled. Very good. Is everyone else getting closer to, So, on all of these, I see red line top, blue line bottom. Is there no way to see which way these things are trending? Because independent rule says it all goes down, but I'm not sure it's actually going down. I need you all to come into compliance. I give everyone independent rule except for Siam. I'm sorry. Okay, if I put them on local autonomy, I think they'll gradually come in line. Yeah, I don't fully understand how this works. If anyone has like a clear sense of what I need to do here, I'd love it. Because I would love to core everyone I can. Now, it's not Vietnam or Cambodia or anything. So what does it need to core? 40 compliance, less than 15 resistance. Okay. So, I believe it's the case, and I'm ready to be corrected on this one, that Pakistan here is below 15, but isn't yet to 30 on compliance. And so, by being on local autonomy, they gain more resistance, but gradually gain compliance? Is that how this works? Okay, so it is going up. Is now at 15. So how do I get the resistance down and the compliance up when I have nothing that goes both directions? Like, the independent rule goes both. It just takes a while, okay, but it's going up. Right? Resistance is going up. That's what concerns me. So, I don't know. I don't know, team. I don't know. We can leave it as is, I suppose, but I'm trying to let everyone except for the Siamese, the Vietnamese, and the Cambodians have a nice life. Hyderabad might be able to join now. It's over 30, it's over 40. Over 40. Alright, give it time, give it time, give it time. Soviet Union wants things. Alright, if the Soviet Union is, let's say, under 87%, capitulation, I will give them things. 86, they're under 87. Alright, Soviet Union. How do I get that back? Oh, I clicked it off. I think it's gone forever, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Soviet Union. I want to give you the things you asked for. I agree. I'm sorry. Whoops. Next time. Whichever way. The Soviet Union is winning now. It's 1948, but we do see excitement here. We're currently building an intel network in Nepal. Now, this guy go build an intel network in Berlin, so I can hopefully learn what's happening nearby. Cool. Now, Nepal is nicely built up. So, I would like to do what? Orchestrate a coup. We're not going to do that. I want to have support for the Democrats. Now, they don't officially have Democrats here. Can I rabble my way through that? Boost ideology. Democratic, go. Oh, that's Phil. I had spying in Germany. I just need more spies. Alright, so how does boosting ideology work, I wonder? It goes up by 0.1 per day. So scaled to national coverage of 92%. I don't know what that number means. But I want to see democracy pop up here and good old Judah Rana say, what's going on? What do you mean? The problem, of course, is you've been improving your relationship with some fascists. Outrageous. Guns to the Dutch Indies. Guns to the Sikiang. Has China done anything? China is not at war with the other Chinese states. The communists are just hanging out. I really thought they'd eventually push from the north, but nope. They do touch the Soviet Union. Oh, they almost touched the Soviet Union. Huh. Just see how this works out. We could redeploy here and maybe have a fun time fighting. But I see that in the north here we have prepared for our line. Let's go and get ourselves some more experience points. We push through. Calcutta Brigade will hit level 3 very soon. The Chinese cipher has been deciphered. Nice. So I think we need to have 5 decrypted at the same time for a certain mission. If I turn them all on, or achievement rather, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 without the United States. I don't know if it decrypts faster if it's only one of them, but certainly getting more of machine decryption certainly helps. We'll keep unlocking those as we can. Construction queue is doing what? 75 factories. We had 29 for construction. Consumer good. I'm sorry, nice people of India. I need to lower your quality of life, probably. Most distressing. I'm going to go ahead and move the rocket silo to the top. As well as our nuclear reactor. It helps get more nukes more quickly. This way I can see all of the current buildings I have. Maybe right-clicking me? Here we go. The 75 to 81 plus 10 is unfortunately below 300. So when I have 500, there's a lot more work to do, unfortunately. I don't know if I see that working out, but Sure, let's just pile in a bunch more of them. We do have faster construction overall for, I don't know, another 100 days or so. So I'm just trying to build anything I possibly can on these. Infrastructure week is over, so it looks like a lot of our areas now have full infrastructure, where previously they had absolutely none. Alright. 0 out of 0. Outrageous. Too many mountains, not enough building. And honestly, I don't know if we build full everywhere we have, if it'll lead to the many we need to get that 500 achievement. We are better off on airplane quality, small fighters being researched, so we get better fighter weapons. Those the cannons possibly. The cannons are for our fighters. Might be wrong about that, we'll see in a bit. Philippines want to move troops through, that's fine. We're once again out of aluminum and steel. I need a bunch more factories so I can have trade and still keep building. Alright, Central India begins to core now. In 2 points, we'll have enough to core again. But really quick, you can see what their current numbers are. Like compliance more than 40, it's currently 35. But currently, no one's available for it. If need be, we can go ahead and, yeah. So you send Gandhi out, resistance dropped by 60%. So all that matters is what is compliance currently. And it needs to be more than 40. So is anyone more than 40 and could have Gandhi come visit? 34 there. 42 on the Central Indian princely states. Cool. They're becoming compliant. They understand that Gandhi is the future. Moderate 40 also. We have finished doing import substitution industrialization. Also, Bulgaria has been capitulated. So it is the case that our assist in pushing this way, taking pressure off of this. Now it's the case that Greece controls way more than it should. Excellent. So I'm guessing the United Kingdom will continue pushing this way. Pressure into the bottom there. Free France is freeing things. The Netherlands have failed again. The invasion of France has failed again. The firebombing of Germany continues, but it seems like Hitler's going to keep on marching. Alright, these are medium tanks that can go nice and fast into the fronts. Research. Continue making better tanks. We'll do that. And I might be able to make my super heavy functional now. I think. Alright, so on the economy line, we've got three more civilian factories. So next up, we can fight malnutrition, getting ourselves +3 additional stability, or mix the economy, so much more production, more resources, or land reform, more building slots. We have lots of natural resources. Diversifying into mineral extraction will strengthen the self-defense. Self-defense is what we do. We'll have lots of time to sort this out after the war. I don't think the war is going to end by 49. I'm not sure the war will ever end, unfortunately, because the US has been very, very slow. Bulgarian Turkey capitulated. All right, maybe the UK is doing its thing, and that's a lovely thing. We shall see. Is there any reason to go back to CK2? So CK2, I think, is a game you can play because in some measure it's more fully developed than CK3. Some people really enjoy how much more difficult CK2 is compared to CK3. But I, myself, prefer CK3's graphics and the way in which it tells its stories. And so you'll probably see me continuing to play just CK3. And I'm okay with that. But yeah, I think there are a lot of people who are still playing CK3. You know, you could pull up the, what's it called? You could pull up the Steam page, whatever they call it, and see how many people are playing it these days. And a lot of people are still. But I myself will not be going back to CK3 anytime, or CK2 anytime soon. China wants to do their ports. All right, China. Do you actually have a navy? Is that really a thing you have? You have one dockyard and one convoy. Alright, well, is that right, or did I misread that? One second. Here's the Navy. They have one destroyer, I apologize. They have one destroyer, possibly better than our giant collection of submarines, but so far, we're defending our waters pretty well. That's all you can ask for. May I have Bangladesh? Oh, what do you say? What do you say? Is Bangladesh for me, possibly? 76 factories, 15, 15, 10. More factories being made, fantastic. Yeah, we have so many factories lined up. Okay, we finally hit over fuel consumption. I do not know what happened, but finally hit. We have a slight problem. A bunch is being consumed by the Navy. Actually, no, the Air Force is consuming a lot, and the Army is also. It refilled again very quickly. I don't know why. So on research, we have the opportunity to still pull more oil out of the ground. I've largely ignored oil because we're doing so well. The game wants me to make the fighters. I want to make the fighters also. What do we call the firefighters? Or not firefighters, sorry. Yes, firefighters indeed. Let's call you... who we got here? Vishnu's Wasp. I like it a lot. You will be a fighter. Here come the machine guns. Overloaded immediately. What do you know? Dive breaks do what? Better defense on strikes. Now on air supremacy. Air supremacy and interception. So dive breaks are not needed for that. Range go down, no problem on that. Because you radio navigation. Other sights. Self-sling fuel tank, better air defense. And lower our agility also. I told it agility is separate, a separate one. Oh, this is for carriers? Should I use the smaller ones then? They both say they're air superiority. Oh, you're saying the dive breaks are for carriers. Understood. The Pioneer pilots. I don't know. Feels a little weird. We are overly heavy now. Weight exceeds thrust. Still the same. Weight of 14, thrust of 11. When doing air superiority, there is no modification to weight. Same with interception. 1 second. Something interesting just happened. We'll get right to it. So, alright, let's go on just 2 of them. My lame little planes. Still too heavy. Still too heavy. Oh, the airframe designing is for submarines. What? Why? Why? Oh, I chose the carrier one. Thank you for noticing that. You're absolutely right. I just picked the wrong one. One more time. You will be Vishnu's Wasp. Right, let's do it again. So, fighter weapons. Just a little bit. Just a little bit for now. Excellent. Can I give you better engines? 2 engines. Thrust of 19 now, so we can really load her up if we want to. Okay, still great. If I go to 4 instead, just giant machine guns everywhere. Still good. You got more machine guns. Nothing but machine guns. And then these various things not needed. No secondary weapons. 15, 19, 62 agility. Looks fantastic. If we add more defense turrets, that's too much. I give you our ship. Vishnu's Wasp, our first ever fighters. And give it 2 factories to get started. We'll need to assign them to order soon enough. My friends, Communist China has attacked China proper. Do I come help? Do I come help? So, they're still part of the Chinese United Front. Huh. So, there's at least a little bit of democracy inside of Chiang Kai-shek's China. There's no democracy there. Help China by taking over China, indeed. I think I want to. I think it's time to save China one more time. Again with the China. Here we go. 1 second to upgrade yet again on the old artillery. Very good. Okay. So, where are my armies? Very far away. Hello, Red Army. You get a little fight on real quick. I feel strange abandoning this front. Now, the yellow front may have been completed. No level 4s. The yellow front's been completed. I wanted to keep pushing into Turkey. No, not anymore. We're fine. Everyone halts. Let's get rid of your current lines. What a mess. All this encirclement. Nope, 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 nope. Someone else's problem. All right, very good. So you have no front. It's time for us to march once more to China to hold off the communists. We'll march to our border first, and then figure out what we're going to do afterwards. Why can't I front line here? It's so strange. Alright. We'll fall back line instead, rather. Here. Everyone gets going. Make sure you're using the trains, please. China? Communist China does not like my doing that. Don't you worry, Communist China. Don't you worry. Coming out soon. Can I make China a protectorate? Unfortunately not. They don't want military... Or, we already have that, sorry. I can't guarantee them independence. We're part of a different faction. They're part of the Allies. Oh boy. Oh boy. The cliques are ready to help also. It might be a fighting in all directions kind of thing. Red Army. Red Army, it's time for you also to play over this way. Defending democracy. It's what we do. Fall back line right here. Y'all moving? I need you all to move, please. Cool. These trains as well. Everyone moving. Abandon the fronts in Dijar. We'll see if the British come and fill in. we had so many pockets I'm just abandoning. Easy experience points. Who needs them now? Alright, more cores, more cores. I know more cores currently. We'll wait for a while and see how it goes. How is the democracy conversion to Paul going? Even one tick? Ah, look at that! 8% want democracy! So they're becoming interested. Becoming interested. We'll improve relations. Let's see what happens here. We'll see, we'll see. Production queue's cranky about something. What do you want? I'm gonna make airplanes. That's alright, I already have the smaller frame going, no problem. We'll have one ready, nope, one ready in a little over a week. Xiangkang, Xinjiang would like to have support equipment. Who are you fighting, if anyone? You're part of the Chinese United Front, and so these will be used against China. I have to say no. Oh, Communist China's expanding fast. Do I move part of my defensive force over to help? If I don't, they're going to lose everything. So we've... Oh, shoot. No. I need you all to join a new army. This army is going to be called Chinese Anti-Comrade Coalition. Very good. Who do we have who's like, generally good at most things. I love that the British are still here. So though I said I'm having preference towards the Indians, we never actually threw the British out. Parkash Singh I've used previously. He's brave. He wants the cavalry, unfortunately. Muhammad is loyal to Pakistan. I thought we said there never will be a Pakistan. Did I not finish the Indian general tree? Maybe I didn't. At 14, y'all. Hurry, hurry. Hurry, hurry.
Yeah.
Where's that general tree? So India has the army. Huh. Yeah, I guess in India has the army, there is no, let's actually throw out the generals. It's instead just, you know, hang out. So you can keep the British. Okay. So we lose the British generals if we go to war with the UK. I understand. I understand. Oh, I can't help with this? Is that true? But I'm independent of all factions, so I think I can help with this? No, they're not hostile to me. Wait, how do I join their war? Is there any way I can say I wish to help China? Because they're in the Allies and I can't get in. I can justify against them by saying I want to conquer them. I don't want to conquer. Non-aggression! Non-aggression! No more of that! Now that I got rid of my non-aggression pact, may I invite China to let me help? Offer as access. Where's offer military assistance? Oh no, is my roleplay failing? Am I gonna stand on the border for genuinely no purpose?
Come on.
Team, what's happening? Oh no. I'm gonna have to declare war against them to conquer them. I don't want to do this. But here I come. Oh. When may I declare then? So I think it's 180 days where I can actually attack. So we need to join a faction, namely the Allies. But because I can't be part of the Allies, I can't use their war goals. If you conquer China, maybe wait for Yellow China to capitulate. Okay, okay. And then conquer it and give it back to proper China? I don't know how this works. I'm kind of bummed that I can't offer assistance when I'm not a party to the war at all. But, alright. We're going home, unfortunately. Everyone go home. Mahatma Gandhi questions the motives of Communist China. There is no doubt that Communist China is preparing for war. The changes in economic policy make it plain to see that the Chinese are not a people of peace, rather waiting for the right opportunity to strike against us. We stand idly by and watch them arm themselves while India is undefended, or we disarm this threat for it grows beyond the power. The hawks in the INC have turned their eyes towards Communist China, arguing that attack is the best defense. The viewpoints gain traction and India is preparing for war. I've questioned their motives. What does that do? What does that do exactly? Questioning their motives. Is that a decision possibly? Is that just like the justification being carried out? I have no idea what that means. Other than we're just like hanging out over here right now and they're not hostile to me. We'll save them. We'll save them, don't you wait. Or don't you worry, rather. It's roleplay for what I'm justifying? Okay, so it explains why a non-violent person would be okay with attacking. I understand. Which of you are... Where are you supposed to go? They're working their way back to their defensive positions. You have an army here with no supply. Probably better to move them back to our territory with more supply. I guess. Oh, naval convoy battle. Our convoys are sunk. There's our submarine surviving, but no, our convoys are sunk by 55 submarines. Or no, they're SS, right? Submarines, 11 of them. Alright. Gotta get more submarines patrolled on there, probably. I want to pull back the Red Army. You all have a line here instead. You all assign to it. Why are we going the long way around? Just walk this way. Or is this impassable? Is this the issue? I don't know what this line means. Other than it's different than the other ones. These mountaineers who climb through here, I have no idea. It's walk over the Himalayas. I'd like to walk over the Himalayas, that's fine. It's absolutely fine. I don't need to do these things, you do these things, it's all good. Fallback line, get rid of it, please. Alright, no one is training with almost 1 million people ready to go. Good call. Let's get more Marines out there. Let's get more all artillery out there. More infantry. And maybe the proper tanks at some point. I don't know. There. Oops. There. And we held off for a while as our manpower was way too low. But people are getting excited to join now. One more PP. We're running out of what? We're not running out of anything, just the trucks need to catch up again, looks like. I have 30 again. Nobody else is joining quite now. The mixed economy is done. Alright, so we're helping out our industry a little bit more now. With that, we got ourselves a few more factories, I believe. Land reform for building slots or educational efforts. First, fight malnutrition. Extensive plans by malnutrition against our populace. Faster research for support and for trucks. That's strange. Again, I can't imagine that research being useful. I guess we have some better trucks we could research. Wow, the communists take these over so fast. Where are you going to go, China? Where are you going to go? Oh, boy. China's being eaten very quickly on all sides. Hard times. Hard times indeed. My basic engine improvements. Heavy machine gun upgrade. I don't think I have heavy machine guns on anything right now. Not sure. Okay, look forward to putting fighters out here. Also, is my rocket site in the north here is ready? Because while these are impassable for people, I'm not sure they're impassable for rockets. Look forward to learning how that works. None of you right now. I have a decision with a timeout, it says. 30 days till Japan's ready to go if we want to. What is a timeout? No idea. A bunch more factories. It's time to invent the giant tank again. Super heavy tank. Can I afford this now? We give it a super heavy gun. Already slowing down quite a bit. Gotta keep it above 4.0 kilometers per hour. give it some more machine guns. We give it a radio so we can hear what it's doing. We give it more machine guns. And anything defensive we can get. So let's see here. So our ammunition doesn't explode. 6.1 speed. Reliability very bad. So change the chassis over. 71. With better armor. Give it diesel. 92% good enough. The add armor is 85%. Over 4. My friend, they give you the super heavy tank. We called the, I don't know, Colley's Cauldron. Perfection. Gonna take a while to get made. Looks very, very silly, but that's okay. All available factories. Only the one for right now. It's okay. Move it up to other tanks and such. Look forward to deploying that one pretty soon. Not sure where I'll put it. We get a new operative. Alright, I would like someone of Nepalese, ideally. German, Spanish, Chilean. I do want to go spy on Germany so I can figure out what on earth's happening with their being invaded up there. Where's my other spy? I had a third spy who was propagandizing in Nepal. Did they kill him and no one told me? They did kill him and no one told me. Oh, no! So, well, that's not great. They're not interested in being part of my faction. Possibly because they killed one of my spies. Shouldn't you be notified when that happens? Like, I want to say pretty emphatically, of the things that happen in video games that you ought to be told about, surely your spies dying might be one of them. Surely, surely. No Templar. What's the concern here? Oh, right. The super heavies aren't going anywhere right now. Alright. Alright. It's time to make a tank division. That's what we need here. Let's clear it, please. Thank you. Alright. So, number 1. Give me my... That's a heavy. My super heavy. Oh, can it only be a support? Oh, that's unfortunate. I was looking forward to making it pure and total nothing but super heavies. Well, alright. We can do this a different way. Our combat width is 10 now. Good start. We definitely need some mechanics to keep this thing going. Assault engineers. I like it. Maintenance company. We don't have like a armored one, so people in little cars follow us. Support artillery, of course. Let's have an anti-air going. Alright, organization of 12. I've been told it's a problem. Unfortunately, you can't have good organization without infantry. Why is that, team? Like, what am I missing here? Is it just that you need people to push things around? I don't know. I don't know. I just want lots of tanks. Why can't I just have lots of tanks? One more line of heavies. 24 organization. This is enough, right? Width of 40. Looks perfect. I don't know. This organization is probably too low. What if I go ahead and add another support line of infantry, like guys on ground? Oh no, I pushed reset. I pushed the reset key. No. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. I give him a flame tank also. It's for defensive purposes. Gandhi does not support offensive wars. Never would. Wouldn't dare. I just like imagining how these work. I realize that this is not a good build by any means. I just think it's fun to have lots of giant tanks together. And they probably get surrounded by like infantry climb up on top of it. We just need to make sure they go boom before they get in close. That seems reasonable to me. Absolutely reasonable. And maybe this is a good enough one, right? 20 width, it's a little group, it seems nice. We definitely need to have some infantry also to help with organization. Over 20, seems pretty good. We get our organization over 30. Why is that? I don't know. I've heard they give you... We like tanks to go boom. You're absolutely correct. The heavy tank 1948A. We don't have any heavy tanks being made yet. We gotta work on that. What do we call you? The Big Buddha Blasters. Cool. What do you look like? You look like tanks. Lots of big tanks, thank you. Giant tanks. Cool. Excellent. That's beautiful. Alright, so request us then to begin making large tanks. The Churchill. How dare you? The Peacemaker. We're fighting the war to end all wars. This time, really, we swear. Nothing to do with, World War I. No, World War II. Reliability of 157%. Probably bringing that down a little bit if we go here. Flamethrower. Starting to be advanced flamethrower. That's lovely. Everyone needs a radio. Everyone needs a machine gun. Reliability is still 152. It's insane. We'll have to work on changing that pretty soon here. And lastly, what do we want? More ammo. If we increase the engine, that dropped it some. Some armor dropped it some. Oh, we're still over 100% though. Goofy silly. That's fine. We have heavy tanks called the Peacemakers. And making those, we'll be able to... begin filling out our tank group. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, that's super heavy. I'm going to go and take a couple away from you. Down to 12. Keep another one there. And the rest here. Cool. I feel like India's become a major power. I'm not sure we're strong enough to hold off anyone in particular. We can't do a darn thing against China right now. Against Red China, as it's called, but... That's for reasons of politics, not for reasons of war, certainly. Alright, Yellow Army, it's trying to get home. It's really struggling with it. What a shame, what a shame. Iran wants to move through, it's fine. Alright, alright. So we're not going to finish today. The question is, what do we do tomorrow? Like, there aren't too many things left for us to do unless we attack Red China. And in so doing, I think we'll make the Russians very, very angry. No, the Russians have not joined them, actually. They know that we're justifying. Again, conquering feels bad, man. Can I tell you to leave this way? Thank you. Just go this way, it'll be fine. Very confused. I suspect we can win against Red China. I don't think their technology's all that great. They haven't yet started smelting down things in their backyards. So, we're looking forward to it. As long as they don't, like, foolishly join someone who's a major power against us. How's Japan doing? Still doing Korea things. How's Russia doing? Hey, Russia took back Stalingrad. I thought it was over. Like, really and sincerely, they got to 93% capitulation. Before finally they've got the war machine going. I want to say, for once and all, maybe that Stalin guy knew what he was doing. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, like, clearly, I should have done this way. Clearly it's the case that, you know what? That Stalin guy knew what he was doing. Oh, I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised they've come back from, really, the verge And now I'm wondering if I had not helped China here, would Stalin have fallen? Because I attacked or helped China push out the Japanese lost a bunch of troops they could have used towards the north. I love imagining the ways in which we've helped history. British Burma capitulated Japan. What? Well, that's an issue. The Japanese are now our coast. Our border, rather. I'm sorry, what? Well, that's pretty bad. Alright. Yellow Army, I need you to come back home. You're really confused about where you're going. Red Army, I believe, is home. So Red Army, it's time for you to go deal with this nonsense right here. I didn't even see the Japanese attacking Burma. Oh, good. Who dat? Wait, British Burma's taking my territory? No, you can't do that. Maybe it was never mine. Okay, man, border's always there. Regardless, looks like Burma's pushing back very quickly, so they capitulated, now they're decapitulating. That said, this Chinese folks here who support the communists, I believe, have successfully taken Burmese territory, went belong to Japan. Ireland has capitulated yet again. What? This time Ireland belongs to Spain. Oh my goodness, it's silly time. It's big silly time in the good old game here. What is even going on, team? What is even going on, team? What? Whichever way, the Indian people are no longer being malnourished. The literacy rate is lackluster in India. We need to dramatically increase educational spending to catch up with the great powers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So, I was ready to go defend the East, but it seems like Burma... Who dat? Jimmy Shanma. I have no idea what's happening here in Raid China. So the obvious move, where is non-communist China gonna go? I don't know how this war works if Japan is still doing its thing here. Hey, we upgraded our submarines the first time ever. This is constantly reshaping. All you just attack into Japan, please. I'd like to have some experience points. Weird. Anybody want a core now? Hey, Bahala Pur wishes to join me. They know the world becomes better as we help out. Okay, so our front is no longer belonging to the Japanese. I do wonder if Yunnan will give Burma back to the British, or what exactly. But that's something. Okay, so, well, we're just kind of hanging out in India right now. And, yeah, I do want to fight the communists. I guess that will be the goal for tomorrow's stream, possibly. Today we spent, what, 5.5 hours? I guess like 4.5 hours, maybe, building up the Indian economy bit by bit by bit, but my poor soldiers have no place to live right now, so you all are gonna, I guess, fallback line right here. Y'all assigned to it? Good. And then my Red Army will, I guess, fallback line towards Lucknow. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Give you a line instead to fall back to. Yep. Alright. There you go. Maybe I could ask Yunnan for Burma? I guess maybe. Let's see. We're not in the same faction. I need to be in the same faction to ask for things. But no. Can't have anything. How's Nepal looking democratically? Oh, it's getting smaller. So that's a 12 for a while. Don't let me negotiate licenses. I can ask to make their nice things. So they like me a whole bunch. Are you close to factioning with me? No. They're negative 70. They want to be non-aligned. I need to send more propagandists in for sure to convince them to join us. Okay, so you're investing in the Reich. You are investing in Nepal. I don't know if I change you over to propaganda. Ideology, if that works. Or does it lead to the spy network falling off and then it doesn't continue? Please don't die. Thank you. That's nice German man I sent there. I gotta work on having like Nepalese people instead of random Germans helping out. I don't know. We did start a little bit late today on stream, and so it is the case that we'll be going a little bit longer today. Not super long. I do have things to do this afternoon. Notably, I gotta go to the bank with Noms. It's time for our once every other month visit to the bank to transfer money back to the US at the ridiculously bad exchange rate right now, but that's okay. We need aluminum. As always, need aluminum. Our beloved airplanes. Need more. So who is selling aluminum these days? Holy cow, we have 192 excess steel. Iraq, we're good, thank you. China, we're good, thank you. We'll need to, I don't know what else we need to get rid of. We have so much steel though. Yeah, we're extracting huge amounts. So we should definitely become an exporter of steel if possible. We might change our, gosh. Alright, other than aluminum, we can make so much more of absolutely anything. Crazy, crazy. So Norway has some. Australia has some. All these convoys, unfortunately. Canada's already given me some. Anything else with no convoys we'd help? One. Ideally, you want the 8s, but at this point in history, it's just kind of hard. Yeah, so it looks like the world is struggling for aluminum right now. That kind of makes sense that everyone is trying to make airplanes. Buying from the Chinese, we have enough right now. I shouldn't say the Chinese, it's just confusing. Is Yunnan fighting against the British? Wait, are they fighting against both? Holy cow! The Chinese United Front is simultaneously fighting against the British, the Allies, and the Axis. Oh my goodness. Is that true? They're only in league with the other non-nationalist Chinese. They're fighting the entire world, except for maybe not the Soviet Union. And unfortunately, because I'm non-aligned, I can't do a darn thing. Delightful. Surprising, but delightful. What do you want me to make? Yeah, more airplanes. I think all 3 of these going, yeah? Yeah, all 3 of them are going. They want me to make, I believe the advanced carrier for both of them I make. It's an upgrade, but we don't need that right now. We're making tanks of various sizes, making trucks. We don't have any light tanks being made, looks like. Heavy, 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 that's all. Engines too good. Will the Chinese faction take me in? The problem is that China has joined the Allies, and the Allies won't have me. So they would let me join a faction with them, but the British won't. We asked earlier, and it says, no, you're a major, you can't do a darn thing. And so, unfortunately, because the UK rejected us earlier, we're stuck in this awkward... The only faction we can have is we make one with unaligned people. People are not on either side of the war. And that's fine. But it feels a little silly. It feels a little silly to have to wait on this. More engine. More things. I wonder if the Germans are getting closer to capitulating. Hey, we have the radar finally. Alright, so... Bohemian Protectorate, or Bachmann Protectorate, in the area of Prague and Vienna. Thus far, the various eastern nations of Europe have not decided to go against the Reich. The Netherlands really is the location of pushing out. Nationalist Spain. Wait, is Nationalist Spain fighting against the Germans now? No, that's not possible. No, how did they get this, though? Previously, they had only up to here. I wonder if someone else successfully attacked, or maybe National Spain asked for control? I just don't know. But they really are expanding more. Huh. Does National Spain end up being the big bad of the playthrough? I do not know. What I know, though, is the jet engine will change absolutely everything. Or that will have to happen tomorrow. We can't do that one yet. It takes more breakthrough points we have. We're going to do the rocket interceptor. Combining the power of a rocket with the maneuverability of a small chassis, create an unmatched interceptor aircraft. I love the idea we're attaching a rocket to it and just blasting it out there. Friends, one last ad break of 3 minutes. Hope you're enjoying yourself. YouTubers, I see you. You're real people too. Thank y'all for hanging out today, whether Twitch or YouTube or otherwise. Let's go and see if we can finish this crossword right now, and then we'll, you know what we'll do next. A tattletale slangily. Narcs, I guess. A food item. Grown on Mars and the Martian, the potato. Rhythmic heartbeats. Pulses, good. Compensate for one's loss, to repay. Stimulate as an appetite, to whet. Blank hoop is hula hoop. Empathetic, so what? What the hell care I? Is that... Do people say this? No. Oh, who the hell cares? What the hell care I? Within the realm of the achievable is humanly possible. There you go. There's your... I'm going to use that phrase more often. When someone comes in and tells me a story I don't care about and is very insistent that I must read their messages, I will respond with, who the hell care I? Or what? Anyway, crossword done, mission accomplished. Friends, it's time for us to find someone to raid into today. I want to say thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed yourself a whole bunch. We'll probably do one more day of Hearts of Iron tomorrow, because I must defeat the game and get the achievement for playing all the way through. Let's see who, if anyone, is playing this game that is looking pretty good. Hey, it's me. I don't recognize any of these names, unfortunately. Hey, Snoot's playing RimWorld. We haven't raided Snoot in a while. You might know her.
Is it not like, is it ahead of me?
Them? I'm actually not sure if on there. Whichever way. We're gonna go and raid Snoot when you get there. Kindly do offer a hello friend. I'll put a sample raid message in chat. It's one you can use so long as you're a follower. Hi Snoot.
Maybe I did.
Very good. And so this will be the message of the day. When you get there, put it in chat if you want to. If not, it's fine too. Enjoy watching Snoot, and we'll see you again tomorrow with more of this game right here. Thanks YouTube. Thanks Twitch. Thanks everybody. Goodbye.
Receive hybrid audio lip sync. Is it that? Blah 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 blah. Oh. Resorty, you always come in here when I'm doing something stupid. Of course you can. Yeah, Choppa.